Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Saturday PMP exam prep training. It's good to see you guys today, or at least see you online. I hope you're doing awesome. Today, we're going to start off just asking some basic foundational questions that you might have about the exam. If you have any particular questions about the exam, I would love to answer them right now. Any concerns? I know that as we are approaching the end of the course, some of you may have been thinking, when am I actually going to take this test? Well, just remember that the litmus test before the real test should be taking the quizzes and then ultimately taking sample exams, such as the one that you're going to be taking next week, Saturday. Next week, Saturday, you'll be taking a 1-hour mock exam. And like I said, some of you might be taking that twice, because we see that happening on a lot of the courses. So you can plan to take it once, go study all the things you didn't get right, and then come back in again and take the mock exam again. So it's all about closing the gaps. It's not about getting the passing score. It's about finding the gaps, get an idea of the nature of the exam questions you could be asked, and just getting better. That's what next week is all about, okay? And at the end of the mock exams, I'll give you guys the ability to dial in and see some live discussions about the PMP exam. I'm meeting with a group out there in Cleveland, Ohio. They're called the Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers. I've been working with them over going to a decade now, and lots of them are PMPs. And I present at a national conference. So if you guys want to join in after the mock exam, I'll be giving you a link where you can just listen in, kind of get refreshed and reinforce some of the things we've spoken about. On Monday, my plan is for us to round up whatever chapters we haven't covered. And on Wednesday, we're going to spend most of the time talking about the 10 knowledge areas, kind of going through and putting a second coat of paint on. And then on Saturday, we'll just start off the day straight into the mock exams, okay? The 1-hour mock exam. If at the end of the mock exam, you don't feel like hanging around, many people don't, you don't have to. So Saturday could be time for you to catch up on all of the quizzes, all of the outstanding work that you have not completed. So you can plan to do that on Saturday, okay? Once you're done with the 1-hour mock exams, you could then do that. All right, any questions? Let's see, in the chat, I see, Phil, I'm having trouble with mastering ITTOs. What comes in and what goes out for all the 49 processes? Oh, that's Sri. Any tips on mastering them? Good question. Well, let me just let you know that the ITTOs, they are repetitive. What do you typically find going into a process? Typically, you find project documents, project management plan, EEFs, OPAs. That's the gamut, to be honest, of what's going in at a high level. And then once in a while, you get some odd things like a proof change request, but they're very few and far between, to be honest. So I wouldn't get hung up on trying to memorize what goes in. What I would really like you to focus on is what comes out of the different processes. And if you can focus on what comes out uniquely from the processes, you're in a much better place. And then you need to hone in on the specific tools and techniques of every process. So what tool and technique do you use to control cost? Well, someone would say data analysis. Your job is to go to the next level and remember, oh, earned value analysis is really the main thing here, coupled with all the other types of analysis, you know. So that is how I would approach it. I wouldn't lose sleep over, oh, I cannot remember that stakeholder management plan goes, no. What you need is a high level, because anyway, all plans and baselines are in the project management plan. All project documents are in project documents, except it becomes extremely important. For example, in sequence activities, you need to know that the activity list is what you're sequencing. So in that case, I would expect that you know the activity list is one of the project documents being spoken about, things like that. But I wouldn't lose sleep over the minutia, you know. Cramming tools and techniques has never helped anyone. It's the application. And a lot of the exam boils down to the tools and techniques used for a specific thing. For example, product analysis. Do you guys know the process in which product analysis is used as a technique? Do you know? Well, if you do, that's good. If you don't, before your exam, you want to know these unique tools and techniques. So last week, I was stressing page 686, and it's for a reason. Page 686 has got all the tools and techniques, inputs and out, well, tools and techniques, not inputs and outputs, that are broken down per process. And it helps you hone in on the deliberateness of the ITTOs. So in that case, I would expect that you've been through 686 to 693. You're paying close attention to those unique tools and techniques, things that are not used everywhere, but are used in just one or two processes. Okay? All right, Mitch says, are there written exams we can take to practice by looking up the answers if we don't know the answer without restraint of time? Well, all of the quizzes, they put you into a time box for the most part. There's a set of quizzes that are kind of easier that I'll be introducing to you towards the end of the course. I call those PMP labs, so you can play with those. They give you 3 tries, and if you don't get it within the 3rd try, then you're out, that kind of thing. Or 2 tries and you're out. So I'll be assigning you to those. Those are pretty straightforward for ITTOs. What comes out of here, what goes in here, that kind of thing. So that could be helpful to you. So I'll be assigning those to you by next week, towards the end of the course. Yeah. And I'm not sure if you guys have taken a look at the ITTO sheet. We call it the ITTO tool. This was actually shared with everyone about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I don't know if you've taken a look at yours, but that particular sheet is an Excel sheet that if I were you, I would be playing with that quite a lot, you know, to get familiar with the ITTOs, speaking of ITTOs. So let me show you that sheet just in case you guys haven't opened that. That is something I'm hoping that you will eventually get to. So let me open it here on my desktop and I will share it. All right, so let me share. And I'm speaking specifically about this. So this thing here, we call it the ITTO tool. It will require that you open it in read-only mode, but it's got the inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs for every process. If you wanted to hone in on just one process, for example, let me just hone in on collect requirements. I can choose collect requirements, and I go, and I can see the inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs at the high level of figure 5-1. Now remember, there's more granular detail, so you would have to open up your PMBOK guide and refer to each one to get the sub tools and techniques. But this is extremely helpful at a high level where you would like to see outputs, especially where they come from. You don't see all the places they're listed as project documents, but at least you see the outputs. And if there are any standalone one-off tools and techniques like context diagrams, you don't see that everywhere. Or prototypes, you don't see that everywhere. This tool is extremely helpful in that regard. And Margaret, our learning administrator, sent this to everyone some weeks back. You know, if you're looking for a particular tool and technique, like let's say anything that has the word product, it shows you the 2 tools and techniques with the word product or product analysis, and testing or product evaluations. If I was going to use this to study the topics for today, I would be looking for anything with the word communications, or maybe I should just choose communications from the drop-down, and it will serve me with just those specific to communications. So in today's processes, I can see the inputs. Like I told you, Shri, these are business as usual. There's nothing new here. Tools and techniques. I can see expert judgment, which I know. Communication requirements analysis, which has a formula I showed you last week. We'll talk about that. Communication technology, email, fax, phone, chat, so on. Communication models, sender-receiver models, which I'll show you. Communication methods, interactive, push and pull, to be precise, interpersonal and team skills, data representation, which is a blanket one. We're going to have to dig to find more about that. And we get the communications management plan. You see, so back to what you were saying, Mitch, if you have a laptop that you can open in front of you, you can play with these all day long. You know, there was a student of ours out of Arizona here, Ben, who had taken the exam before. He went for some boot camp, found us on Amazon, bought one of our products, but he had failed the exam twice. And on his third try, I said, look, why not come to our learning system? So he jumped on the learning system, but at the same time, he used this tool for a straight week, doing nothing but check in. Where does this come from? Where does it go? Kind of playing with the filters on his tablet. That was back in the day when tablets were just new. So he played with this on his tablet for a long time. And he took our mock exam before he started playing with this. Didn't pass our mock exam. I said, Ben, you're not ready for the real thing. So in those days, PMI would not charge you to change your exam date, even if it was less than 30 days. Now, if you try to change your exam less than 30 days, you'll be charged like $70 or so. But anyway, he changed his exam date. Instead of taking it on a Tuesday, pushed it out to Saturday, and he did nothing but study this tool, played with the inputs and outputs, used the filters, did all sorts of permutations and with his filters until he got to the point where he was very confident about where specific tools and techniques were mentioned, like one time only. Anyway, long story short, he went from getting all below targets and needs improvement and all sorts of horrible scores. He went from that to 4 above targets, 4 above targets. And he attributes it to this tool. He played with this tool on and on until he was very familiar with the unique inputs and outputs. So for you guys, I would say if you're having trouble, Shri, this might be one of these things you could play with. All right. Okay, in the absence of many further chats, we're going to move into our topic for today. Let me give it one more check and see if there's any additional chats. Okay, well, let's proceed with our chapters for today. Today, we're going to try our best to hit 10, 11, and 12. Now, 10 is like it's a cakewalk, you know, for many project managers. And the reason why it's a cakewalk is because a lot of PMs do this as part of their job. Nothing but communicate. They're communicating around the clock. So let me give you the top of the waves regarding communication. Shri, you're most welcome. Top of the waves regarding communications management. So by the time we're done, we should be able to explain this knowledge area, understand the tools and the processes. There are a few unique ones like the formula, communications requirements analysis formula. We'll take a look at that. And of course, all the ITTOs. So what is communications management? It's sending a message to a receiver or receivers. And this comic strip shows someone who wants to go out to the middle of nowhere. He's a is an IT person who is fed up of living among people who communicate. Well, in the world of the project manager, that is not going to happen because the job of the PM is communication centric. In some estimations, they say the project manager spends 70 to 90% of the time communicating. So you cannot escape it as a PM. Either you're communicating by phone or by email or chat, things such as that. So communications management involves managing communications, planning how communications will be carried out between project team members. You're also thinking about the larger group of stakeholders, and effective communication enhances continuous awareness and understanding of project status. So to communicate the status of the project, we should make it clear, effective, and concise. And communications is really the oil, that keeps the wheels moving round and round. It connects various individuals of diverse backgrounds with various interests in the project's execution. Communication management should address these points that the PMI have listed out: generation of information, collection of the information, distribution of the information, and under distribution, we should be aware of the purpose of the communications. How frequent is it going to be distributed? Where does it reside? What's the medium of communication? What are the specific roles and timing where the communication is concerned? And how about the storage and retrieval of the communication? And in this comic strip, we can see this is why we lift on 3. Lifting on 3 is the code. If you don't lift on 3, bad things happen to the patient. Bad things happen to the stakeholder. And that's why on a project, we want to make sure that we are communicating as much as we should and as efficiently as we should. In the PMBOK guide, they make mention of the dimensions of communication. We can use these terminologies to describe communications. We could say it's internal within the project, or we could say it's formal. If you say communication is formal, be careful because we're talking about reports and memos. So someone says, a team member did something bad, or a team member went out for a break without permission. What should you do? A, use formal communication. Are you going to hold a press conference? Or are you going to send a big old letter with a letterhead? No, you won't. So you have to be aware of when to use formal communication. At what point are you going to go to HR and ask for disciplinary action? That kind of thing. So internal, formal, informal. We could say communication is vertical, up and down, within the organization between various levels, superiors, subordinates, or we could say it is horizontal within the organization, within peers, the peer level, or we could describe it as being official, newspapers, annual report, press conferences, or we could say it's off the record, unofficial. We could describe it as being written, so we could have formal written, we could have formal verbal, we could have press conferences, like I said, that are formal and verbal in nature. Verbal, spoken, nonverbal, we could talk about voice inflections, body language. And this is where the discussion about Professor Emeritus Albert Mehrabian often comes up, which is not in the PMBOK guide or our book, but it's just good knowledge to understand that Professor Emeritus Albert Mehrabian conducted an experiment at UCLA back in the 60s, and he realized that communication, when it is face-to-face, could be broken down into percentages. He said a particular percentage of the communication is perceived by the words, a particular part of the message is perceived by the tone of voice, and a particular percentage is perceived by the body language. So what do you guys think it is? Is it 30, 30, 40? Is it 10, 10, 80? What do you think? What is it in favor of? Have you guys heard of this before? Well, let me chat into you what Professor Emeritus Albert Mehrabian discovered. He discovered communication could be broken down into these percentages. And that is what we will fondly refer to from now on as the 55-38-7. 55% of communication is, what do you think the 55 is? The 55 is the weightiest of all areas. The 38 comes next, and the 7 is the words. 7% of the message was perceived by the words. 55% was perceived by the body language. And I'm typing those into chat. And the 38% was the tone of voice. Tone of voice. Tone. The 55-38-7, we say it all the time. I mean, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Body language is worth 1,000 words. You know when your team members are having a bad day, or when they want to get out of the meeting, or you know when the customer is not buying what you're saying. It's from the 55 and 38 a lot of the time. And if the 7 doesn't match, we as project managers, we know, we are aware, and that is why project managers find this to be second nature to them. When we talk about communication skills, we're talking about efficient and active listening. The PMI is quite big on active listening. Active listening, asking great questions, educating the team to be more effective in their communication, setting and managing expectations. We use communication for so many things. What about negotiating? You're not got good communication skills, you're going to run into trouble negotiating. People are going to be all over you. How about resolving conflict? We need to be very careful with our words, very specific with our words. When it comes to communication in the world of the PMI, they're quite big on making sure that we, the receiver, understand what the sender is sending to us. So communication involves the sender ensuring the information to be perceived is clear, complete, and concise, and the receiver is responsible for ensuring all the information is received and understood correctly. And for that reason, we talk here about sender-receiver models, which I'm going to cover. Well, communications can be challenging, as you see in the image here. I gave you 24 hours to review a report on the internet in 30 words or less. Now let's have it. How do you distill all the communications? Could be a challenge for some people. So when we talk about communications in the world of the PMI, we're talking about all the processes in communications management. We're talking about plan, manage, monitor, plan communications, management, monitor, manage communications, and monitor communications. And we need to be aware that there's a lot of interaction between communications and other knowledge areas. So when you hone in on these, you can see we've got plan, communications management, manage communications, and monitor communications. And the reason why this is going to go quick is because there are very few processes in communications. In fact, it's one of those with the fewest. The fewest number of processes in the PMBOK guide, quality management 3, communications management also 3. So if you look across, you find those that have 3, they stand out from those that have 7, like risk, which we have coming up next. So if we take a look at a high level at communications management and take a look at the inputs, we've got the project charter, which we know, the project management plan, which we know, project documents, we know it's all on page 89. And then we've got EEFs and OPAs. You take a look down at the next one, we've got work performance reports that need to be distributed. And then we've got work performance data in monitor communications. So there's really nothing that scary in the inputs. If you take a look at the tools and techniques, you see expert judgment. We already know that. We have something called communications requirements analysis, which I'll go over. Communication technology, email, fax, phone, the various technologies. The PMI mentioned it here because it's one of the considerations you should have as a PM going into a project? Should we use email for this? Oh, communication of this nature should only be done using a hard copy and things such as that. We also talk about interpersonal and team skills. We'll go into a bit more detail regarding those. But at a high level, we know the ability to communicate, the ability to exchange information in a sensible fashion is what to expect here. Communication skills, the ability to actively listen and things such as that. And the project management information system, which houses a lot of the information that is being distributed or communicated. So the tools and techniques don't really pose a threat either. The outputs, big one is the communications management plan. As you expected, it's a plan for what are we going to communicate? How are we going to communicate? Why are we communicating this message and when? And the next big one is project communications, which is a collection of all the communications on the project. So when you take a look at this image, folks, there really isn't anything that scary here. But let's talk about some of the details. Let's talk about some of the details here. And I'm going to share my whiteboard with you. And I would like you guys to just think about how communication happens. This is every day. You have a sender who is sending out the information. We'll just say this is the sender. But we also have a receiver. Okay, and the receiver is receiving the message. So we have a message going out. But we also have a feedback message going that way. And that is feedback going to the sender to say, I understand, or this is what I perceive. Now, as that is happening, you've got these barriers, which we will call noise. People also refer to noise as blockers. So communication blockers are things that prohibit the communications from moving from the sender to the receiver or the feedback message. We refer to those blockers as noise. Some people may refer to them as barriers to communication. But the most important thing you want to glean here is that as we send the message, we want to make sure it is clean, clear, concise. The receiver should let us know if that message is not understood or whatever their perception is. And this is what in the PMBOK guide in chapter 10 is referred to as communication models. So let's read what the PMI have to say about these communication models. If you go to page 371, it says communication models can represent the communication process in its most basic linear form, sender, receiver, in a more interactive form that encompasses the additional element of feedback, sender, receiver, and feedback, or in a more complex model that incorporates the human elements of the senders or receivers and attempts to show the complexity of any communication that involves people. So if you go to page 373, you can see the sender-receiver model. Now, for your exam, there is a key feature that you should be aware of. This terminology is used to describe you converting your ideas into words as the sender. And the word is encode. You are encoding those ideas into words. I don't know if you've watched what's the name of this guy on The Office? Steve. What's his last name? I can't remember his last name. Starts with a C. But there's a GIF of him speaking gibberish, not making sense. Steve Carell, exactly. Thank you. Trust Steve to know Steve's name. That's funny. Thank you, Steve. So yeah, Steve Carell. So there's a GIF of him, just speaking gibberish and being goofy. But that is encoding at its worst. You're trying to convert your ideas, but it's just not getting into the words. Steve Carell is a nutcase, isn't he? And then you've got decode. Decode is when you're hearing and you're converting those words into an idea. So listening to Steve Carell do his gibberish exercise, you're not able to decode because it's nonsense. So if there's good encoding of an idea into words, people hear, they decode the words into an idea they understand. So there's an encoding associated with the message and a decoding associated with the message. Now, on the flip side, when the feedback is going out, there is an encode of the feedback message, and there is a decode of the feedback message. So let's read in the PMBOK guide, because there is some notoriety around this particular aspect on the exam, these words. So if you go to page 372, it says sample interactive communication model. This model also describes communication as a process consisting of two parties, the sender and receiver, but recognizes the need to ensure the message has been understood. In this model, noise includes any interference or barriers that might compromise the understanding of the message, such as the distraction of the receiver, variations in the perceptions of the receiver, or lack of appropriate knowledge or interest. For example, someone sends you a message and says, pay close attention to page 45. You open the document, there's no page 45. That is noise. It becomes a barrier. It does. What about insults? Everyone is on the call and maybe the customer insults the seller or the seller insults the customer. That could serve as noise, a blocker. It inhibits the transmission of the message at that point. So just understand that noise, blockers, and barriers are words that are often used to illustrate the prohibition of information traveling from one source to another. And here we have acknowledgement discussed in one bullet, feedback or response discussed in another, but I want to read the meaning of encode and decode. So it says in the feedback/response bullet, when the received message has been decoded and understood, the receiver encodes thoughts and ideas into a message. So that's really what encoding is. Encodes thoughts and ideas into a message and then transmits the message to the original sender. So on your exam, you could have encoding is the translation of what to what. Is it the idea to the message, or is it the message to the idea? You know, that kind of thing. And of course, encode is idea to message, decode is message to idea. So just keep that in mind. But anyway, that is the summary of your communication model, which is a big part of planned communication management, okay? Another concept that I want to underscore here is communication models, methods, I beg your pardon. So if you hear methods, communication methods has to do with three broad descriptions. Communication methods has to do with interactive, push, and pull. or you might choose to arrange them as PIP, interactive communication. Interactive communication is real-time, free-form, dynamic. You can have push communication when you send out an email. You don't know if it arrived. You don't know if they read it. Someone said, well, Phil, I've got that Outlook thing that tells me someone has read a message. You don't know. They've opened it, but you don't know if they've read it. So that's push. And then pull communication is when you put information out there on a server or repository and you tell people, go grab whatever information you need on such and such date. The newsletter will be there. That's pull. It's up to them to go get it. Or you get a bunch of newsletters and you put them outside the facility and you say, take a newsletter on your way in or out. That is pull. You're putting the responsibility on them to go get the information. So these are talked about here on page 374. Let's read really quickly. The first bullet says, between two or more parties, interactive communication, performing a multi-directional exchange of information in real time. That's the key, real time. It employs communication artifacts such as meetings, phone calls, instant messaging, some forms of social media, and video conferencing. Then we got push communication, sent or distributed directly to specific recipients who need to receive the information. This ensures that the information is distributed, but does not ensure that it actually reached or was understood by the intended audience. Push communication artifacts include letters, memos, reports, emails, faxes, voicemails, blogs, and press releases. And last but not least, you got pull communication. Note this, used for large, complex information. So let's say on the exam, it says you're a project manager, you're dealing with a large, complex information set. Which of these would best suit the communication vehicle? The answer would be pull. So it's used for large, complex information sets or for large audiences and requires the recipients to access content at their own discretion, subject to security procedures. This method includes web portals, intranet sites, e-learning, lessons learned databases, or knowledge repositories. It then says different approaches should be met to identify the needs of the major forms of communication defined in the communications management plan. And then they go into some of these descriptions: interpersonal communication, which is exchange between individuals, typically face-to-face; small group communication, which occurs in groups of 3 to 6 people; public communication, single speaker addressing a group; mass communication, there's a minimal connection between the person or group sending the message; and the large, sometimes anonymous groups for whom the information is intended; and networks and social computing communication. So I would advise that before you exam, go through these descriptions and be familiar with them. It then talks about these communication artifacts. I don't know if you realize the word artifacts is used for a lot of these communication vehicles. And on page 375, they give you a description of these artifacts, a fancy word for different flavors and approaches of communication, be it notice boards, newsletters, letters to staff, volunteers, press releases, so on and so forth. Okay, so there's a lot to be read. It's not a hard chapter, but there's a lot to be familiar with by way of the lingo specific to the PMI in this area. Now, when people communicate, if you take a look at the whiteboard, I'm just going to show you the way communications happens and an associated formula for these communications. Typically, you have 2 people communicating like that, but you also have the feedback message. So when you have people communicating in this fashion, just remember that a channel is either to you or to me if we are communicating like that. So this is one channel right here. If we throw in another person, we're now going to have a channel going that way and a channel going that way. So here we have 1 channel, 2 channels, 3 channels of communication. If we throw in 5 more people, we can keep drawing arrows all day long to find out how many channels of communication exist among all these people. But that will be too laborious. So there is a formula that we can use. So if you take a look at this, we have 1 person, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. The formula that will help us do this is number of channels of communication, of course, is equal to the number of people in the communication scenario, which we'll refer to as n times n minus 1, and all of that divided by 2. And that becomes your number of channels formula. So where we have these 8 people communicating, can you guys do the simple math? Plug in the number. We got 8 people. How many channels of communication are there in this scenario? Simple maths. Apply the formula. How many channels are there? I see a chat from Mitch. I spent over 400 hours in court last year. Oh my goodness, what did you do? I'm joking. I know you're probably a juror. Okay, jury duty, I see. Uh-oh. Oh, it was something real, my goodness. Okay, we'll talk about that. That is some scary stuff right there. Your company is extremely rich, so I'm not surprised, right? Delita, thank you very much. You're correct. Shri, that is correct. So what we do is we plug in the number. N is 8. So the number of channels becomes 8 times 8 minus 1 divided by 2. And that gives us 7, or 8 times 7 divided by 2. That is 56 divided by 2. And that gave you 28. Very good. Awesome. 8 times 7. And the answer is 28. Good. Now, on the exam, there will not be this kind all the time. Sometimes you could get the question as follows. There are 36 channels of communications. On a project. Five team members live in the US. The rest live in Germany. How many live in Germany? Can you guys answer that question? There are 36 channels of communication on a project. 5 team members live in the US. The rest live in Germany. How many live in Germany? There are 36 channels of communication. 36 channels of communication. Go back to the formula. Let me make it small so you can see the formula again. Okay? You got to read the question. All right, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to answer this. I'm going to get off my soapbox here and let you guys do some thinking. And let me give you 2 minutes. Think about this. All right, so I'm going to introduce some options to make it more examish. Option A, B, C, and D. And then I will run the poll. Okay. Bear with me here. Option A is going to be I'm still giving you time. Those of you calculating, still go ahead because you'll know if your answer is right or not. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and serve the poll. Okay, and the last option all right, there you go, folks. Choose an option. Choose an option. I see some chats. Let me see the chats. Jolita says, I feel like telling us that there are 5 team members. Why is that relevant if we only care about the number of channels? It's all about the question, isn't it? So let's think. There are 36 channels. I'm guessing I'm going to see some answers change. But think about it. There are 36 channels, not 36 people. So if you thought about 36 people, you probably did 36 times 35, which would give you some of the wrong options there. See? So this is channels, channels. So the trick here, folks, is you're going to have to work backwards. I'm going to end the poll 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, here are the results. And we see the distribution. We also have some chats, but majority chose B. Let's try and find out why majority chose B. If you think about this question, folks, you got to read it carefully. And I mean, this is a question like this isn't a big deal. This is even CAP-M level. This is CAP-M level. So if you think about it, what we're saying is there are 36 channels, right? So if there are 36 channels, we can say that n times n minus 1 divided by 2 is 36. And then if you juggle these numbers by multiplying them like that, you know how it goes. N times n minus 1 is equal to 72 is what this formula becomes when you cross multiply and you leave what you have on the right here. Remember, high school stuff. And then you got to solve for n. Remember? You got to solve for n. So at the end of the day, if you solve for n, what do you have? One of them is going to have a plus. One of them is going to have a minus, right? Something to that effect, an 8. So you're gonna have two numbers, a 7 and 8, but simple common sense will tell you anyway. Simple common sense will tell you anyway that it has to be two numbers that are separated by a difference of 1. And the only one that would fit the mold to be the n, if you plug in the n into the formula, right, you're going to end up with this. N equals 9, but that's not the end of the problem. If you go back to the problem, it says 5 team members live in the US. The rest live in Germany. So if there are 9 team members and 5 live in the US, then those that live in Germany will simply be 9 minus 5, and that will give you 4. So while it is a very simple formula, folks, very simple formula, but the application of the formula, you need to be careful in how you apply the formula. There are all sorts of permutations of questions. This question, this level of question that makes you reverse engineer the channels, that is not an uncommon CAPM question. This is not even so-called PMP level. This is CAPM level. A question of this nature could come out on the CAPM exam. So on the PMP, you can expect something more challenging, you know. So I hope you enjoyed that. I give these to you just so you're aware that a question may look easy on the surface, but you really got to dig deep, right? You got to dig deep, okay? So 2 things. First of all, if you do the equation and you come out with your n of a possible 8 or 9, if you plug in 8, it's not going to work. For me, I reverse engineered it when I came across a question like this. So you would have to put the 8 in. If you put the 8 in, you know it's not going to work. You're going to have 8 times 7 over 2, which will give you a 28. And that doesn't give you the number of channels. And then if you plug in 8 in here, you're going to have 64 minus 8 minus 72 equals 0. Well, this gives you what? 56 minus 72. That does not equal 0. So it's not 8. You plug in 9, you're going to get 81 minus 9 minus 72 equals 0. Ah, it's 9. So sometimes you got to reverse engineer it, okay? And then you will know which one is the right option. At least that's the gamut of my experience with it. People who remember maths from high school, they'll even tell you the science behind the n plus and n minus and the brackets. I cannot do that. I've got family members who can, but I don't remember maths that far back. What I do remember is you're going to come out with 2 options. And for me, I do trial and error. I plug them in and I realize which one is the right answer. But whatever method you use is inconsequential. It's finding the answer, you know. So some people use trial and error. They get the answer and they reverse engineer the answer to find out if it is indeed the correct one. So this stuff, folks, like I said, you could get a question of this nature on your exam, and however you choose to solve it, whatever you do, just make sure you do the due diligence, all right? Oh dear, you guys are having too much fun again. All right, so that is the n times n minus 1 divided by 2. So deleter says, so the key we should have looked for in the question was, yes, you should have looked for this, deleter. You should have looked for this statement. There are 36 channels. Channels. And then you should have converted this into people. And then based on the number of people, you do the subtraction, okay? And there are many other. Let me show you some cheaper questions because you might be wondering, are they all this horrendous? Sometimes they're not this bad. I'll show you a simple one in a few seconds here. They're not always this bad. So let me show you a pretty simple one. They're not always this bad, okay? Some of the questions could be very straight ahead and simple on a good day. But who knows whether we're going to have a good day or we have an examiner who is in a bad mood when they wrote the questions. Okay, so let me share this with you. There we go. All right, so here's a very, very easy one. All right, why don't you try this? Let's see. You're project manager with a team of 5 people. One person leaves suddenly. How many less channels of communication are there? Try that one. Read it carefully though. Okay, let me stop the results. Let me give you the options, some options. A, 10, B, 5, C. All right, we've got about 30 seconds. We've gone over PMI's proverbial 1 minute, 12 seconds. Going on 1 minute, 32 seconds. Thank you for chatting in. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm going to end the poll. Remember, it's anonymous. No one knows who's who. End the poll. Share the results. And let's take a look at why so many folks chose B. Let's see. Okay. So, you're project manager with a team of 5. One person leaves suddenly. How many less channels of communication are there? Let's read the question. You are a project manager with a team of 5 people. Project manager is one person. Project manager is not an alien. Project manager plus the team, that's 6 people. Welcome to the trick of the missing project manager. So it says, You are a project manager with a team of 5 people. One person leaves suddenly. So we have 6 people. Don't forget that. If we have 6 people, then this is going to be the math. Before the team member left, we're going to have n times n minus 1 divided by 2. That will be 30 divided by 2. That means we had 15 channels before the person left. When the person now leaves, we have n equals 5 because one person has left. And then 5 times 5 minus 1 divided by 2 gives us 20 divided by 2, which gives us 10. How many less channels are there? Less channels are there? 15 minus 10. And that gives us 5. There are 5 less communication channels. Okay? And it is important that you do not forget the project manager. Do not forget the project manager. All right. Okay, well, we are sufficiently moving through the content. We need to go into the details regarding the various processes. So let me stop sharing the results. You guys have gotten the technicalities. This was the more difficult part of communications, but let's talk about a few more things before we round up. Okay. So I'm going to move through these slides a little bit quick here, touch on a few things that are important for the various processes. Let's talk about them one by one. So let's go to plan communications. I know you've got a break. Oh, what is the importance of knowing the number of channels? So let me send you this white paper by one of my colleagues here in Arizona. This will help you frame your ideas around the number of channels. This is a white paper written by Jeff Hodgkinson, who is quite well known in the project management community, was at Intel back in the day, and he wrote this white paper, and he just summarizes this stuff really well. So I'm going to share this with you. I'm going to put in the link. It says communications is a key to project success. And then he talks about this and the number of channels. He said, however, I believe it comes down to one simple equation that any good program and project manager should know, n times n minus 1 divided by 2. Some readers who are credential holders will recognize this as a standard communications formula. And then he uses the formula to give you a scenario of the number of channels of communication in different scenarios. You know, if you have this many team members, that many team members, and he goes through all of that. And it's a very interesting paper to see as you communicate as a project manager, you might need to rein in the communications. And it's a very analytical paper. It has too much stuff for me to go into at the moment, so I'm just going to type in the link for everyone to save, go read up. The bottom line is this: as a project manager, curb the number of channels relating to communications around a particular topic, around a particular artifact. You know, it sensitizes you to the number of channels of communication and how you can monitor and rein in excessive channels of communication. But it's a very good paper. Highly recommend it. All right, so let me go back to our slides here. I want to finish communications, if you don't mind, and we'll go on our break. I know it hasn't been as heavy, hopefully. Hopefully this has not been as heavy. So let me go back to where I want to share. I'm going to be jumping around here a little bit. But let's talk about the first process, okay? Just want to make sure we get the things right, okay? We've spoken about communications, requirements, analysis. So let me show you that slide. Okay. So this is the slide for the umbrella ITTOs. If we take a look at the inputs, we know all of these. These are not a problem for us. If we take a look at the tools and techniques, expert judgment, and of course, this is always expertise about the knowledge area. You see, this says expertise should be considered from individuals that have knowledge about politics and power and environment and culture, because these are things that could affect communication. So this is on page 369. So if you follow very closely with me on page 369, I'm going to go through all of the tools very quickly. Communications requirements analysis, it says analysis of communication requirements determines the information needs of the stakeholders. These requirements are defined by combining type and format of information needed with an analysis of the value of that information. And that formula is talked about here, okay? Next, we have communication technology. Now, I would like you guys to mark this down. This is important. These are factors that govern. I'm sorry, I'm not showing you the correct section. So we're talking about tools and techniques, okay? So if you look at page 370, under communication technology, this shares factors that can affect the choice of communication technology. This is a potential on the exam. So I'd like you to highlight this area. How do you know what technology to choose on your project? When should you use chat versus email for a particular message? Well, it says factors that can affect the choice of communication technology include urgency of the need for information. If you need it very urgently and you need it real time or as soon as possible, you may not want to be using email. You might want to use chat or something else. Availability and reliability of technology. Is the technology available? Do you have a 2G signal, a 4G signal? I'm sure Mitch could lecture us on that one. Ease of use. The choice of communication technologies should be suitable for project participants, and proper training events should be planned. Some companies, whenever they're setting up a video conference, it's a whole dog and pony show. There's no one aware of why the audio isn't working. Probably not a good idea to use some of these things if you don't have people to run them. Project environment. Are we going to meet face-to-face or is it going to be virtual? What about the sensitivity and confidentiality of the information? All right, so I've pretty much read from page 370 to 371. All right, so these are certain things that govern the technology you use. All right. Okay, then we go into communication models. And I've talked about this at a high level. If you go to page 371, under sample basic sender receiver communication model, we've got encode and we've got transmit message and decode, which I have explained. Okay. I think I missed a chat here. Mitch said, for voice or text, 2G, 3G, LTE would not make a difference, only for throughput. Would you like LTE? I told you he could lecture you. I told you. Okay, let's not go there because I'm sure this is a 2-day symposium, Mitch. All right, so that's communication models. Still along the lines of the tools and techniques. The communication methods, PIP. interactive push and pull, or push interactive pull, however you choose to remember it. But you can remember my name for short. Some people, they use the name Pip instead of Philip. So that's a reminder. Push interactive pull. What else? Interpersonal and team skills. So this is a unique one here. Communication styles assessment. You guys do this all the time. You know the communication style of your key stakeholder. They don't like email. Don't even send an email. They want face-to-face, that kind of thing. It says communication styles assessment is a technique used to assess communication styles and identify the preferred communication method, format, and content for planned communication activities, often used with unsupportive stakeholders. This assessment may follow a stakeholder engagement assessment. So your stakeholder isn't engaged. Why? Oh, they don't like communication in this form. Let's do this instead of that and see if their engagement levels change. If you turn the page over, still under interpersonal and team skills, political awareness is mentioned here. It says it helps the project manager to plan communications based on the project environment as well as the organization's political environment, page 376. Cultural awareness, we also need to be aware of culture. Some cultures, looking at people dead in the eye is disrespect. In some other cultures, not doing that means you're shifty or shady. It says cultural awareness is an understanding of the differences between individuals, groups, and organizations, and adapting the project's communication strategy in the context of these differences. This awareness and any consequent action minimizes misunderstandings and miscommunications that may result from cultural differences within the project stakeholder community. Cultural awareness and cultural sensitivity help the project manager to plan communications based on the cultural differences and requirements of stakeholders and team members. All right. And of course, our folks in military, I know you could lecture us all day on this because you interact with people from various cultures, backgrounds. And I find a lot of my students from military, they are all over this topic. Cultural awareness, political awareness, that is definitely familiar territory. All right, we have data representation. And in data representation, it talks about a stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. The stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, it actually originates from chapter 13, but it's talked about here, and I just want to show it to you guys real quick. So let me speed through it just to show you guys what it looks like. Bear with me as I find the slide. Oops, come back. Oh, there we go. There, good. This right here, when they talk about data representation, they're talking about this. So you have a stakeholder, Phill, who is stakeholder 1. Oh, he is currently, you see C for current, your stakeholder Phill is currently resistant. That's what that means. So this is current. Phill is currently, he's currently resistant. See? But we desire that he becomes supportive. See that? Stakeholder 2, currently neutral, but we desire, D for desire, we desire that they be in a leading role. So this stakeholder engagement assessment matrix, it enables you to see where a stakeholder is currently and where you want them to be. And then you can devise communication tactics and methods and approaches to get them to where you want them to be. This is known as a stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. All right. All right, we're going to take our break when we get to the end of this process. So let me just at least get to the end of this process. It seems like there's still some significant stuff for us to address, and I don't want to rush that. So let me make sure I cover this process and we can go on a 10-minute break. And I'll sort out PowerPoint to find out why it's making me have to skip like this. Okay. All right. So that's your interpersonal and team skills and data representation. Meetings is a no-brainer. The last but not least very important piece of this image is the outputs of this process. And the major output, guys, is the communications management plan. The communications management plan has got a lot of stuff in it. It's got a lot of stuff. If you take a look at where it's discussed on page 377, it goes into all the details that is in it. It says the communications management plan is a component of the project management plan that describes how project communications will be planned, structured, implemented, and monitored for effectiveness. The plan contains the following information: stakeholder communication requirements, information to be communicated, escalation process, reason for distribution, time frame and frequency, person responsible for communicating, person responsible for authorizing release of confidential information, persons or group who will receive the information, methods or technologies to convey the information, resources allocated for communication activities, method for updating and refining the communications management plan as the project proceeds. This is a big one. This one, a lot of people do not know it is there. Glossary of common terminology. That is a favorite of question writers. So if you get it on the exam, don't choose, oh, glossary of common terminology is in the charter. No, it's not. It's in the communications management plan. Take note of that, okay? Glossary of common terminology. Flow charts. A lot of people miss that one. They choose quality instead of communications for flow charts of the information flow in the project, workflows with possible sequence of authorization, list of reports, meeting plans, and so on. That's another one. So highlight that one. And last but not least, constraints derived from specific legislation or regulation, technology, organizational policies, etc. And that goes back to the question that Mitch asked a few moments ago. So Mitch, going back to your question, if I can get that up. Let me go back to the question. It was a good question. Okay, so Mitch said, how does the PMI advise on how to deal with legal implications of emails and other communications? The overarching rule, Mitch, is to follow the organization's communications management procedure. Of course, your organization has a method, an approach, a way you go about this. So just follow whatever the organization's policies and procedures are. And in addition to that, of course, you guys want to read this document. Let me just type it in just in case you haven't already downloaded it. It is the PMI Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. This one is definitely a sure banker on your exam. It could come out in different questions as embedded lingo or an embedded PMI process type question. So this right here, download, okay, download. Mitch said my advice is if you don't want the world to read it, don't write it. Exactly, don't send that email, you know. Don't send any communication that you will not be proud of standing behind. Don't let's even go there because you might trigger me to talk about some things in the news, which may not be PC. All right, folks, we're going to take a break here. All right. When we come back, we'll continue our journey. We'll continue with managed communications and monitor communications. But I think we need to get some caffeine to take it to the next level. So I will see you in, let's make it 15 minutes. All right. I need a 15-minute break. So let's come back at 10:38. Come back at 10:38. All right. I will see you then. Welcome, welcome back. Those of you who are just joining or rejoining, we've had our break. So if I appear a little bit more animated, it's because I got myself some, actually, come to think of it, this isn't good. It's full of sugar. I shouldn't be doing this because I'm trying to lose some weight. But once in a while, you got to get that buzz, whatever your buzz is. But folks, before the break, we were here taking a look at the communications management plan. And I told you that some of the important things to remember are that glossary of common terminology and the data flows, or I should say the information flows. Those are important when it comes to the details in your communications management plan. Don't forget that. So again, page 377, and constraints derived from specific legislation or regulation, so on and so forth. All right. So that's planned communications management. Now the rest is pretty repetitive. Pretty repetitive. Let's take a look at the next one here. Manage communications. So if you read the main goal here, it says communicating with stakeholders. This is where you're actually communicating, sending out reports, and other things like that. So you're creating communications, you're collecting information, you're distributing information, and you're storing the information, also retrieving as needed. So this is the practicality of the knowledge area. This is where you're doing the communication, so to speak. If you take a look at the inputs, again, to Shree's point in the beginning, this is business as usual. Same old, folks. Planning documents, project management plan, project documents, EEFs, OPAs, okay? We see them here because we are executing upon this, okay? The big one, the one I don't want you guys to forget is this, because this will hold a key for you. I know that Bruce caught this in a previous session because he did mention this particular process as being an option for distributing a report of a particular nature. So that tells me that Bruce is in the zone. Bruce, are you on today? I haven't received any chat from you though. Can you send me a sign that you're there? I'm not getting any sign. Have we got an ET situation? Oh, there he is. Hey, Bruce, thank you. Good. Bruce, had you read the 5th edition before? I'm just curious because you seem to be right on the money regarding this process of managed communications. I think that was about 2 or 3 sessions ago. We were talking about quality report. Oh, you did, good. I can tell when people are in the zone. And he was. So work performance reports, folks. Remember, this is the collection of all of that WPI that has been distilled into a work performance report. This is where you are sending that report out. So it is a very, very, very important process. This is central to all of the meetings you have, the information you share, the ultimate disposition of the information shared, so on and so forth. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Bruce, for chatting in. Okay. So going a step further here to take a look at some more of this stuff. Communication technology, we have talked about this. Okay, so of course, here you are going to use the communication technology that you originally planned you would. So there's really not much going on here other than you using the communication technology that you had previously identified. This is where you use it. Communication methods, again, this is where you use the relevant methods, okay? This is talked about on page 383. So you want to choose the right technology, you use it here, choose the right method, you use it here. This is where your skills are needed to the max. So communication competence. Knowing that as you speak, it's not just about speaking, it's really about effective relationships that are built through effective connection. John Maxwell has a book titled Everyone Communicates, Few Connect. And he says, connecting is more skill than natural talent. We need to work on it. Anyway, it says a combination of tailored communication skills, page 384, that considers factors such as clarity of purpose. So when we talk about communication skills, we're talking about clarity of purpose in key messages, effective relationships. You know, he has another saying that goes like this: people buy in to the leader first and then the vision. People are going to buy into you based on your relationship, right? Based on the effective relationship before they buy into whatever you're communicating. So effective relationships and information sharing and leadership behaviors. You see that word leadership. So we're on page 384, folks. Bullet 1, bullet 2 talks about feedback. Feedback is information about reactions to communications, reactions to a deliverable or a situation. Nonverbal. Remember I told you Professor Emeritus Albert Morabian, the 5538-7. Nonverbals, gestures, tone of voice, facial expressions. That is 93% of communications. It says mirroring and eye contact are also important. Mirroring is when you mirror someone's body language in order to effectively communicate with them. Their legs are crossed. Before you know it, your legs are crossed. And this stuff could be unconscious, or it could be a subtle, deliberate way of communicating to synergize. Eye contact, also important in some cultures, of course. And then the next bullet here is presentations, being able to present effectively. It says clear and effective presentations of project information to relevant stakeholders include progress reports, background information, general information, specific information aimed at increasing understanding. And it says presentations will be successful when the content and delivery take into account the audience, their expectations and needs, and the needs and objectives of the project and project team. So there's a lot of stuff to be read here, folks. The next one that we can see in the list is the PMIS, Project Management Information System. And this is used for distribution of information, of course. So this could include electronic project management tools, electronic communications management, and social media management. And we've got interpersonal and team skills and project reporting also here. Before we get to active listening and stuff, let's talk about this one here. Project reporting. This is a favorite because this could consume so much time of the project manager. Project reporting. It says it is the act of collecting and distributing project information. Project information is distributed to many groups of stakeholders and should be adapted to provide information at an appropriate level, format, and detail for each type of stakeholder. So don't lose sight of the fact that this is where the information is getting sent out, but you've already worked on creating the report, you could tailor the report as part of this before it goes to the audience. So the tailoring happens here. You're tailoring each specific version of your WPR to meet your audience. You're whittling it down, you're changing it in terms of delivery, depending on the audience. All right, let's turn the page over. And now we're getting to number 6, interpersonal and team skills. And these here, you've heard them all before: active listening, conflict management, we talked about this last time, cultural awareness, meeting management. Let's just read some of the top of the waves so you can help educate those people, not you. I know you do a great job of this, but it says the following steps should be used for meeting planning: an agenda. Don't you love it when there is one? Ensure that meetings start and finish at the published time. Ensure the appropriate participants are invited and attend. Stay on topic. Manage expectations, issues, and conflicts during the meeting. Record all actions and those who have been allocated the responsibility for completing the action. Still under interpersonal and team skills, networking, interacting with others, and political awareness are part of the interpersonal and team skills here. So there's a lot for the project manager to master here. Taking a look at the outputs. Outputs here: project communications, project management plan updates, project documents updates, and OPA updates. So at a high level, let us just see what these are. Project communications, these are project communication artifacts. Performance reports that you send out, deliverable status, schedule progress, costs incurred, presentations, and other information. And then we have updates, possible updates to the communications management plan and the stakeholder engagement plan. Wherever you see the communications management plan in this chapter, most times you see it accompanied by the stakeholder engagement plan, because one of the ways we engage stakeholders is by efficient communications. We can see project documents updates, various logs, registers of all sorts. The stakeholder register is listed here. Again, this is human specific. And we also have OPA updates, project records. Those are part of your OPAs. So you may need to update those, and any planned and ad hoc project reports. These are all going to make their way into the organization's repository at the end of the day. Okay, so those are your outputs for managed communications. Now, the final process here is monitor communications. Monitor communications. Let's take a look at that one. Monitor communications is where you are monitoring how effective you are and modifying any communications aspects that are not working. This refers to monitoring and controlling communications on the project and ensuring that stakeholder needs are met, ensuring optional information flow, optimal should be the word, communication flow, making sure that the communication is optimized. If you take a look at the inputs here, it's business as usual, but there is one that we don't want to forget. This is a recurring theme, WPD. We're going to see WPD everywhere we have a monitor or control process. WPD. I'm always asking you guys this, so tell me. A is the process that WPD comes from. And B, WPD is going to become an input to this one. Excuse me, I do need to cough. You don't want to hear this. I know you didn't want to hear that, so excuse me. Thank you, Shri. A, where does WPD come from? Thank you, Bruce. It's from direct and managed project work, as Shri chatted in, DMPW. Excuse me, another coughing bout. Bear with me. This is very important for your exam, folks. If you can get this down, remember that WPD comes from direct and managed project work, and WPD goes into all monitoring and controlling processes outside of integration. Okay? Outside of integration, WPD goes to all of those monitoring and controlling processes, and those all give WPI as an output. This is an important one and a very, very familiar recurring theme. Work performance data goes into all monitoring and controlling processes. If it's called monitoring and controlling and it's outside of integration, WPD is going there. And from all of those processes, WPI is coming out. So from this one right here, of course, we expect Thank you. I forgot I had actually gone on mute again because I had a coughing bout. So let me backtrack and explain this one more time. What I was saying, and thank you for letting me know, what I was saying is if you have work performance data going in, you're going to have work performance information coming out. Okay, WPD in, WPI out. And it's a very important recurring theme in the PMP guide. So thank you for letting me know you couldn't hear me. I had another coughing bout, and I don't know, it's been a while. I had cocoa, maybe that's why, I don't know. But anyway, that is a very important recurring theme. And we've got the regulars, change request. If you need to optimize your communication flow, you can expect to have changes, right? Change request makes sense. And those change requests could lead to updates there, or you might just have, you know, general project documents updates, okay? So you guys did very well in that we covered a lot of the tough stuff up front. This is a little reminder in this slide. WPD comes from direct and managed project work. WPD goes to all monitoring and controlling processes outside of integration. WPI will come from all of these processes outside of integration, but within monitoring and controlling. WPI will go to monitor and control project work. There is only one process that WPD comes from. There is only one process that WPI goes to. See? WPR only comes from one process. You see, they are unique in this regard. WPD only comes from here. WPI only goes to here. and WPR only comes from there. Okay, now WPD goes to a bunch of places. WPI comes from a bunch of places, but it only goes to one place. Work performance reports goes to about 5 places. And these are the places where your work performance reports go to. Okay, it's 4, I believe. Let me go to page 106 to get this straight. It seems like there might be 5, but let me just make sure. I thought there were 5. All right, so WPR goes to manage team, manage communications, monitor risks, and perform integrated change control. I believe that's the summary of it. Okay, so it's 4. Okay, perform integrated change control, manage team, manage communications, and monitor risks. 4 places. Used to be 5, but they've taken 1 out apparently. So it's 4. Yeah. So this stuff, folks, I mean, this is useful stuff to know because it's a recurring theme across almost every knowledge area. In fact, every knowledge area in its monitor or control process, you're going to see this dynamic. WPD going into the monitor control process, WPI coming out and going to monitor and control project work. And then in integration, resource management, communications management, risk management, you see the report coming back in, either to tell you something or to help you check for something. Okay. Shri says, anywhere WPD is an input, WPI will be an output. Exactly, Shri. You got it. That's it. WPD cannot go into a place without WPI coming out of that place. It is a recurring theme that you'll find in every single monitor and control process outside of integration. All right. To close, a little comic strip, a little bit of comic relief. So we're going to try a new thing, Scrum. Let's start with the daily report. Randy, what did you work on yesterday? I spent the morning reviewing patches from Ross. They were all wrong in ways that made me shiver. When I was half through his code, my eyes started to hurt. Eventually, my whole body couldn't take it anymore. I felt queasy to the point I had to throw up, so I took the afternoon off. What about you, Ross? I coded all day. Even though he coded rubbish, you see, his statement was more positive. I think what we can learn from the comic strip is we need to communicate clearly and efficiently without moaning like Randy. Oh dear. I coded all day, even though Randy said it was rubbish. And of course, he looks a lot better than Randy, who's moaning to the boss. All right, so the processes of communications management, plan, manage, monitor. How do they interact with others? All sorts of ways, as you've seen, especially across the WPD and the WPI sections. The tools and techniques. So folks, here I would expect you to remember communication models, communication methods, stuff like that. Name some of the project communications management that are inputs to other knowledge areas. Well, off the bat, you know your WPI is going to integration, right? You know your work performance report. Hey, tell me this one, your work performance report, where in communications is your work performance report going? Which process? Which process is WPR going to in communications? Where? Thank you, Steve. Very good. You need to remember this. Manage, manage, manage. Okay, what is encode? What is decode? All this dialogue, you should know it. Why is stakeholder analysis important in communication? Just remember your stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. Where is Phill? He's currently disengaged. Where do we want him to be? We want him to be in a leading position, even encouraging and motivating others. What are the tools and techniques of communication management? So there are many. Just know what those are and you'll be good. And remember the communications formula. So I think if we spent 12 minutes, just 12 minutes on a quiz, I don't think that would be a bad idea. 12 minutes on a quiz. I'm going to give you guys a little quiz to play with here. Nothing scary, just a little quiz. A little quiz for you to have some Saturday fun. So let me show you. Actually, let me just type in the link. Here is the link to the quiz. You might need to have, you might need to activate Adobe Flash. So let me show you how to do this. Let me send you a chat as well. Here's the chat. Okay, this is not the mock exam I was talking about. This is, we're just gonna have some very short fun with this one. Very short fun. Kick the tires across the board. I know some of the questions are from chapters you've not covered, but it's all in good fun for you to try to guess what the answer could be, okay? But I want to begin to sensitize you to what exam questions could look like and could be, okay? So if you go to that link that I sent you, comes to this page, click to allow flash, and it should show you the quiz. And this PMP done data, that is the password, strange sounding password, but that is the password, PMP done data. So I'm going to chat this in to you. Here is the password, oops, PMP done data. Take that password and put it in here. So my email, my password, and hit login. Takes me in and start. 12 minutes, folks. 12 minutes to answer the questions. Okay? I expect you to do it closed book. Okay? Do it closed book. But if you feel that I'm being unrealistic, I challenge you to open your book. You may not be pleased with the outcome if you open your book, because before you know it, all the time is going to go. So I would rather you did it closed book, but if you want to open your pen book or other material, it's up to you. But have fun with it. It's 10 questions, okay? The moment you hit start, your time begins. But have fun with it, okay? 10 questions, just have fun with it, and just try to get a feel for how these PMI questions could be. This was written by our question writers, not by the PMI. So the time right now is 11:10. We will get done with this exercise by 11:25. And when you submit all your answers, if you want to take it again, you're amused at the outcome, you can take it again. All right? So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Make sure you activate ActiveX on Explorer or Flash on your Google Chrome, okay? It won't work on a tablet and it won't work on a phone. You need to be on a machine, a desktop or a laptop. All right, I'll see you then in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. So it's a good thing to take quizzes like this, assess where you are in the grand scheme of things, determine what you don't know, what you are yet to learn, and I'll just tell you straight up, don't be discouraged, because a lot of people have been down this road of, oh, I don't know this, only for them to kill the exam mercilessly. I mean, really, really well. So none of this stuff moves me. What does concern me is if you have not adequately prepared for the real exam, but if all this stuff is part of your journey towards success, then to me, it's not a big deal. This is part of the journey. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing, because you guys are going to come across those questions later on. So I would hate to spoil the learning curve. The learning curve is, oh, this topic, I don't know this. This is new. I need to go back and read this. But the learning curve is not to tell you the answer to the question. And that is what preserves the uniqueness of the PMP exam and its superior edge to other exams, in that you will never find the real PMP exam answers being given by the PMI. You can have people who may go in as spies. I'm not saying that people do this, but you know, many of these bodies that offer exams, you have spies going in there to kind of source out the questions so they can copy the questions. But even if they did, they don't have the answers, you see, because you guys are going to come across these questions probably in the next 3 or 4 quizzes you take. So I don't want to spoil that by telling you the answers. You can go read up the topics, but part of the learning curve is serving you those questions again and for you to play with them. So I haven't taken a look at your scores yet, but I'm not going to do that until the class ends. It's not about the scores. It's about the journey, okay? It's about the journey. Yeah, it's a bit of an aggressive one, but hey, you can take it again. You know, you can take it 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You know, we have a couple of quizzes like this out in public space, but it's part of the journey. So don't be discouraged, okay? All right. After that, I feel you guys could do with a 3-minute bio break. So if you want to dash to the restroom for the next 3 minutes, I'm just going to bring up our next set of slides. So you guys can take a little break while I do that. And I'll just answer any general questions that may appear while I bring up the slide. So do you guys have any questions that I can answer for you about anything else that came to your mind while you took this eye-opening set of questions? Any concerns that I haven't already addressed? Mitch said, it definitely built up my confidence. Delita said, contract types. Remember I told you it will contain stuff that we've not covered? So contract types is covered in procurement. Is Vicky on by any chance? Vicky, are you on here today? I think Vicky is familiar with contracts. Right, Vicky? I think you are familiar with contracts. Mitch said, a wild guess to be politically correct on this call. Thank you, Vicky. Okay, well, it's all good. We'll get there eventually. It's a good identifier of what you don't know. See? Don't let any of it bother you. Rather, let it propel you. That's the trick. And, you know, as we get towards the end of the course, I guess you guys will then begin to address the 2020 vision quizzes, which will be fun to take a look at. Those are definitely up here with these These ones for sure. Call them the 2020 vision quizzes. All right. So guys, we're moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to chapter 11. You guys have really come a long way. And you've done so well in keeping up, going from chapter to chapter, taking the quizzes, as many of you have been. For this particular chapter, though, we are going to see a lot of stuff that is new and a lot of stuff that is old. But I think the new stuff somewhat will be familiar to those of you who have done risk management in the past. So I'm gonna start off by explaining what risk management is in a very pragmatic sense, and then we can get into a little bit more of the detail in the PMP guide. Okay? So welcome to risk management. Chapter 11. We've only got 3 chapters left in the PMP guide. So I doff my hat to you. I want to ask you guys to please give me some more time because I will not be able to get done at 12 on the dot. So if you can give me about 10 to 15 minutes to power through it, give you the lay of the land, and then we can enjoy a break, roughly about 20 minutes, come back in and hopefully get done with risk, and then have another break. I'm going to give you guys another break before we go into procurement, where the contract types live, and that should take us out of today, okay? So I'm going to make this as painless as possible. All right. Steve, what is EAP? I see that in the chat. Where do you find the contracts? It's chapter 12, coming after this one. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. So welcome to risk management. Let's think about it. Let's think about it. Let's stop the PowerPoint for a bit, but let's think about risk management in a pragmatic fashion. You're driving to work and you've got a meeting at 8 a.m. The time is now 7:45. And as you're driving, you realize that there is traffic. Now you remember that there are some inroads, they're very dusty and rough, but there's some inroads that also leads to work. Now you're all the way on the HOV because you're 2 people in the vehicle. You want to take the inroad and you're about a quarter mile from where the exit is. What should you do? If you stay on the HOV, it's going to be quicker than being all the way on that slow lane. But if you are able to get off in the next quarter mile, you can get onto that dusty road. What do? Do you stay on the HOV? Or do you make an attempt to get off and put on your blinker and ask politely? There are all sorts of things you're weighing in your head. Should I? Should I not? Should I? Should I not? What you're doing really is risk management. You're assessing the risk and the reward. If I'm able to get off, I'll get to work on time. My boss won't eat me up for lunch or breakfast. But if I'm not able to get to work on time, I'm going to face the wrath of my boss. If I stay on the HOV, I'm definitely not going to get there on time. I might be just right on 8 as I get to the parking lot. No good. So in our daily lives, we're assessing risk. Think about road situations as well. You got a nutcase who cuts you off. Do you get into a traffic war? Of course not. You assess the risk. Maybe, I don't know, they're loaded and locked, packing heat. Maybe you are as well. But that wouldn't be the wisest of choices to engage in that kind of traffic banter, to put it mildly. So wherever you are in life, you're thinking about risk and reward at some point or another. In your PMP prep, you're thinking about risk and reward. Should I study? Phill said I should study this chapter. Should I not? You take a risk. So what is risk? Risk is managing uncertainty, but not just any old uncertainty. It's uncertainty that can impact your project. So any uncertainties, positive or negative, that can impact your project, you consider them to be a risk, and it has to be managed in a sensible fashion. So the processes of risk management are, one, as usual, it's a decision. Should I manage risk using an ad hoc fly by the seat of my pants method, or should I come up with a sensible, calculated way to manage risk? And if you do, you're going to come out with a risk management plan. That is the first process. It's called plan risk management. So if you do come out with a risk management plan, fantastic. That is the major output of the first process of risk management. It's called plan risk management. Okay? So I'm going to show you that behind me here, plan risk management. Plan risk management says creating a plan for how to identify, analyze, monitor, and control project risks. How am I going to do that? How am I going to manage risks? We come out with a document here called a risk management plan. It's just a document, but it's a document that tells you how you're going to manage risks on the project. How am I going to identify risks? How am I going to analyze risks? How am I going to plan their response? Who am I going to get involved? Who needs to be in the room as I'm having that discussion, so on and so forth. All right? So that is our main goal of plan risk management. The second thing you're going to do is identify risks. You're going to identify the risks that could impact your project. For example, you're on, let's say, a country road, and you're going along at the normal speed, it's 45 miles an hour. But as you begin to approach a particular junction, you see a strange object in the road. You don't want to hit this object. It's significantly large. It seems like it's a big plank of wood. So you go into the incoming lane or the opposite lane to avoid a plank of wood. Just as you do that, you see a car approaching. You've identified two risks. So one, you identified the original risk, and then you took action to avoid that, but then there's a secondary risk. In you avoiding that first one, now there's a second risk. So the identification of all manner of risks, we call it the identify risks process. And again, in your real world, you see this happening a lot. You identify trouble coming, or you identify an opportunity. Wow, the customer said that they've got this available for us to do. If we can do this as well as that project, what an opportunity. So looking for additional business or looking for certain benefits of being affiliated with, I don't know, certain governments or agencies or stakeholders, you could see opportunities. And identifying those opportunities or identifying risks, that's what we do in identify risk. As you can see in this document here, and I'll make it bigger when I share the actual slides, we've got the cause of the risk. What could cause this to happen? We call it a cause. What is the effect? What if that risk does happen? What is the effect going to be? So we should always think about the cause, the risk, and the effect, not just the risk. You want to think about cause, risk, effect. That should be your model. You see? So let me show you this. I often give my students this exercise in our general project management classes. We identify risks that could impact an end of year party. But in this one, we can see the cause, the risk, and the effect. What is the risk? The technology is more difficult than anticipated. What is the cause? Poor understanding in client specs. Oh, if we don't understand the client specs, then the implementation is going to be more difficult than anticipated. And then what will that do? It could adversely impact cost. And this is a very simplistic view of the situation, but this is the model. It's all about the model. I want you guys to get the model. Cause, risk, effect. Never just the risk. We need to know the cause, because if we can attack the root cause, it is possible that several other risks are going to be dealt with as well. So this says poor understanding in client specs. I know it's a little bit difficult for you to see, but cause, risk, effect, that's the model that I'm trying to get you guys to see. Also, as part of you analyzing risk, we should put a number tag on the probability, put a number tag on the impact. We call this scoring a risk. You know, scoring a risk means you think about the probability on a scale of 1 to 5. You define what a 1 is, a 2 is, what a 3 is. You define them. You give your team members some very specific terms so they know, okay, I'm assuming this is greater than a 500K impact. Therefore, it is a 3, for example. So your scale is defined for probability. Your scale is defined for impact. Very likely would be most likely would be a 5, you know, the highest of likelihood. Lowest of likelihood would be a 1. Impact, the highest of impact would be a 5. Smallest of impact would be a 1. Multiply them and you get a risk score. We call this a risk score. 3 times 4, 12. That risk score is going to be used to sort all of the risks. This is just one risk, but you could sort all of the risks. You could sort all of them. If they all have scores, sort them from highest to lowest. It helps you in ranking the risks, okay? And then you also want to focus on the impact. Those that have a small probability but a high impact, maybe like a 1 and a 5, you also want to do an impact assessment. So you're going to analyze your risk from different angles, okay? And that takes us into perform qualitative risk analysis, which is our next process. Okay, so perform qualitative risk analysis. You guys have seen things like this before. The traffic lights, red, yellow, green. You've probably seen these kind of reports. Well, this is a high risk overall, whatever high is defined as. This is medium, this is low. When you multiply those numbers I showed you, you're going to be able to rank the risks. So that is really what we're looking at when we are doing our qualitative risk analysis. In your qualitative risk analysis, you're using something called a P times I matrix. It's a probability times impact matrix. This says probability. I know you may not be able to see it very clearly, but this says probability and this says impact. And the intersection of a probability of 1 and an impact of 1 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1. Or a 4 times 4 is 16. You see that? So that is how this is used. It's a probability and impact matrix, but I'm going to show you the individual slides when we get there. This is just an overview. So in qualitative risk analysis, you put a score on the risk, you rank the risk, and those risks that come to the top as being a high risk score, those you take and you further analyze in the next process. There is also a thing called a risk breakdown structure. So you can break down risks by category like this. And there's a much more elaborate one in the PMP guide I'll show you. But part of qualitative risk analysis is categorizing risks. That is also part of it. Going into quantitative risk analysis. Quantitative risk analysis is where we are using a dollar amount. You see, he's measuring the risk by putting some real definite measures, not just numbers, not just a scale, not just a score, but a definitive measure like currency, like resource hours, something definitive. And we put those around the impact. And then the probability, which we would loosely put on a scale, you know, like we say a 1 to 5, we don't use that here. Here, we use absolute probability. So if you throw a dice, can you guys tell me what is the probability of getting a 6 if you throw a dice? What is the probability of getting a 6? Throw the dice, get a 6. Thank you, Alan. Absolutely. 1 out of 6. So you want to take that concept, you want to frame your professional background, experience, expertise around that. What is the probability that this could happen on the project in more definitive terms? Is it a 10%, a 60%, a 50%? You're the expert. You tell the project manager. And the project manager takes all of these measures, be it a 0.8 or 0.3 or whatever it is, and 80%, 30%, 75%, multiplies that by the impact in dollars. So if this risk occurs, this is the impact, the dollar impact it's going to have on the project. However you calculate that, you then have a probability in decimal or in percent. You have an impact in dollars. Let me zoom in here for a second so that you guys can see the dynamic of what is happening. So we have an 80% and a 40,000. You multiply these and you get this number here. This is different from what I showed you before. Before, I showed you a risk score. These were just scales. Scale for probability, scale for impact. That's qualitative. This one right here is quantitative. Probability in percent from your expert judgment times impact in dollars. And what do you get? You get a 32K. This will be called your expected monetary value, EMV, or risk magnitude. This is also known as risk magnitude. And what happens in general, all of the project's EMVs across all of the different risks is added up, and at the end of the day, you get a number. You get a number at the bottom, and that number becomes your total EMV. The way this is talked about, theoretically speaking, is you do this for both positive and negative, and you come up with an amount. Many firms in the past would use that amount as a contingency reserve of sorts. But the wiser way to use this, again, would be just to rank, prioritize, and understand what to put aside as a reserve for the impacted objective or task in question. Some of them you're going to choose to put money aside for, and others you're going to say if it happens, it happens. Okay, that's quantitative. All right, moving on from the quantitative, the next thing you want to do with all of these risks after you've ranked them, you then want to plan a response. So you've got the big ones at the top and the small ones, the little ones at the bottom. This thing that I showed you before is, we call it a risk register. So this view, this thing right here, we've got a big old register and it's got a lot of information. We call this a risk register. Okay, the risk register, after you've prioritized it, you then need to ask yourself, which ones are we going to plan responses for? So we get into plan risk responses. You can see the lady drawing an image there of, am I going to reduce the risk? Am I going to avoid the risk? She's coming up with a strategy for those risks. And that's really what you do here, okay? As you come up with strategies, you're going to document this in your risk register. As you can see here, we've got a set of responses. We've got a set of strategies for each risk. We've got the risk owner, the person who is going to be accountable. And then we've got the risk action owner who's going to be responsible. So this is the accountable person. This is the responsible person. Sometimes we have the same person doing both. But ultimately, we want to have a strategy and someone who is going to be accountable for the strategy and someone who's actually going to do the strategy. So that's the next step. We need to plan our response. Are we going to mitigate the risk? That means reduce. Or are we going to accept it? Just say whatever happens, happens. We've got active acceptance, doing absolutely nothing, saying if it happens, it happens. We've got passive acceptance, which is putting aside some money to say, okay, if it happens, here are some additional resources or funds. But you're not doing anything right now. You're just letting it be. It's still accept, but it's active accept when we put money aside. It's passive accept when we don't do anything. I think I got those switched. So active accept is doing something like putting money aside. Passive acceptance is not doing anything at all. So I'm going to talk about all of these as we get into more detail. Again, this is just our overview because it's a beast of a knowledge area. There's 7 processes and we need to get them straight. The next one here is implement risk responses. So this is where we would actually implement our plan. This is where we would do the plan, executing the planned responses. And then last but not least, we have monitor risks. And monitor risks, this is where we are monitoring the big old risk register. And let me zoom in on the risk register a little bit for you. If you take a look at the risk register, we've got the cause, the risk, the effect, the priority. Is it high, medium, low? What is the rating? What is the risk score? Some organizations would have either this one, which is just a high, medium, low, which I call the lazy method, high, medium, low, or you go a step further and you actually put some numbers, some scoring to be more precise, because high, medium, low could be very subjective, all right? So here we've got the score, we've got the probability, which is quantitative, the impact, and then the EMV. You see there's a lot of stuff here. And then we could go into the actual response. What is the response? What is the strategy? Is it a mitigate strategy? Is it an active accept strategy? Who is the risk owner? And then who is the risk action owner? Who is accountable and who is responsible? All right. And that, folks, is really the summary of risk management. It's very, very big. And at this point, I can now begin to share the individual slides because you guys hopefully now have a clearer idea about the high level of risk management. So let us take a look at some of these slides. So our main goal, of course, is to address the usual processes, the knowledge areas, the inputs and outputs, tools and techniques, and EMV, which is big, okay? So we did quite well in getting done with the preview. In this comic strip, you can see 2 guys, their perspectives of risk is different. Nuclear Power Co. He thinks it's an opportunity. The other one thinks it's a negative risk, a threat. You take a look at this. What is the negative uncertainty here? There are 2 ways you can look at this. You can say, oh, it is negative from the perspective of the mouse, if, or it is negative from the perspective of the homeowner. You see, there could be 2 perspectives to every risk, depending on who is looking at it. From the perspective of the homeowner, the negative uncertainty is the mouse gets the cheese. See that? The positive uncertainty from the eyes of the homeowner is the trap catches the mouse. But from the perspective of the mouse, what do you think? From the perspective of the mouse, what is the negative uncertainty here? From the perspective of the mouse, what do you think? Is there anything negative from the perspective of the mouse? No chats? Bruce says death. Very straight to the point. Absolutely. Steve says old cheese. I always get a new one. Thank you for that. Tony said, am I really that hungry? So yes, the mouse could get killed by the trap. What is the positive uncertainty? New cheese. Oh dear, new cheese. The positive uncertainty here is from the perspective of the mouse gets the cheese. From the perspective of the homeowner, I've already told you it's something different. The trap does get the mouse. So what strategy has the mouse adopted from either positive or negative perspective? What strategy? Is it an accept strategy? Did the mouse do nothing? Or did the mouse do something? What do you think? Bruce says not to go for the cheese. Okay, helmet. Tony said helmet. Mitch says helmet. Steve says find another mouse to go after the cheese. Alan is correct. Mitigating, that is the correct word. This is a mitigation strategy. Thank you very much, folks. Delita says they always go for the cheese. They're always a little bit greedy, aren't they? All right, tell me, do you think the mouse will go for the cheese? Take a look, he's wearing a helmet. He's come prepared. So of course he's gonna try to go for it. The question is, will the mouse get the cheese? What do you think? Who wants to put a bet on Mickey? Bruce doesn't have very much faith. Have faith in Mickey's clan. They've been well trained. Mitch said 50-50. Let's take a look. Uh-oh, it did get the cheese. You guys didn't have very much faith in the mouse. The mouse has done his homework. So the mouse gets the cheese. All right. So for the PMP exam, the mindset should be have an open mind about risk management. So if people are giving you an idea of what could happen, don't shut them down. No idea is a dumb idea. Stakeholders should contribute to risk management. This is very, very stakeholder centric, and risk management is your responsibility. There's actually a standalone certification for this, which I have taken from the PMI. It's called the PMI Risk Management Professional, and it's a great one if you have been down the road of risk, which many of us have. Many of us have been there. In this image, of course, if you never try anything new, you'll miss out on many of life's great disappointments, won't you? Which could be great lessons learned. Here is the lay of the land regarding risk. It is very planning heavy, folks. It is so planning heavy. It is almost like no other. If you take a look here, all of those are in planning. Plan risk management, identify risk, qualitative, quantitative, plan risk responses. 5 out of the 7 are from planning. 5, just to plan for risks and to do the groundwork. When you take a look at risk management, almost every knowledge area could have a risk parameter. You could have a scope risk, a schedule risk, a cost risk. You could have risk with your resources. You could have quality risks. You could have procurement-related risks. You could have communication-related risks. You can even have stakeholder risks. So when you look at all of the different knowledge areas, you realize, my goodness, all of them are risk intense. And that's why when you get to this process right here, identify risks, you'll realize that there are inputs of documents that you create in planning from all of these knowledge areas. There are documents that will lead back into identify risk so that you can assess the documents and make sure there are no risks hiding in your estimates. There are no risks hiding in your cost estimates, your schedule estimates. There are no risks hiding in your scope baseline. There are no risks hiding in your assumptions, you see. So risk cuts across all of the areas. All of the areas you find some sort of risk, either at the beginning of the project or during the project. So very quickly, the risk register. 1, identify the risk, but also look for the cause and the effect of the risk. Oh, there's a risk that someone could fall. How? What could cause it? A slippery floor. Be more specific. What could cause that? Okay, someone made a mess and then the cleaners came to clean up and now there's a slippery floor. Okay, and then what will the outcome be? What would the effect be? Broken bones or worse. For example, or someone says there's a mess on the floor. A secondary risk could be the cleaner cleans up the mess to make sure no one falls on the banana peel, but there's now a risk of a mop bucket being in the way. It's a secondary risk. So all of these different thoughts about what could affect the project from a risk perspective, what is the cause, what is the effect, all of this stuff you want to be thinking about it in this first snapshot of the risk register. Then you want to put a layer on there where you analyze from a qualitative standpoint. So you want to take a look at the risk, you want to take a look at the probability rating, the impact rating, and then you have your risk score. So that will be the next layer, okay? So first layer, risk, cause, risk, effect. Second layer is the probability rating and impact rating to get the risk score. Then the next layer is getting quantitative, okay? What is the probability in percent from your expert perspective or the team member's expert perspective? What is the impact in dollars or some other quantitative measure? Multiply both, you get your EMV for that particular objective, you add them all up and you come up with a number, your total EMV, okay, across the entire project. Okay, so we call that expected monetary value, EMV, or we refer to that as the risk magnitude. The next layer, after you've got your risk magnitude and you've sorted your risks from the highest to the lowest, you want to attack those that you know, I cannot live without attacking this risk, without dealing with it, without having a response to it. And then you come up with your response. It could be to reduce, it could be to transfer. Maybe you buy insurance. We call that transferring a risk. Or if you reduce it, maybe you erect a fence around a dangerous perimeter. That is mitigate. You're not totally avoiding the risk. When you say you avoid the risk, that means you're cutting off that part that is affected and not doing it, or you're changing location, or you're changing the scope. We call that avoid. So I'm going to be showing you guys when we come back from the break, all of these terms: avoid, mitigate, transfer, or maybe just accept, or maybe you escalate it to a higher authority, you know, or maybe you find a positive risk and you put all of your best people on the project. You put everyone that you can think of so that you can win that bid or you can get that opportunity. We call that exploit. You can exploit a positive risk, you see? So as you exploit a positive risk, you're doing everything to make sure you win that bid, everything to make sure you get that opportunity. Or you could just accept, oh, if it happens, and not do anything, see? Or you could enhance it a little bit. You're not doing everything possible, but you're just helping the positive risk happen just a little bit, but not doing everything possible. We call that enhance. So there's very specific terms, you know, or, oh, this opportunity is great, but we cannot do anything about it. I'm going to escalate it to management. Maybe they would know better. We can escalate a positive risk. We can just accept. You can say, oh, if it happens, it happens. So I'm going to show you guys all of these terminologies when we come back so that you can be more laser focused about what we call them, all right? And then, boom, you've got your big old risk register. You've got everything in it. You've done the identify, the qualitative analysis, quantitative analysis in this simple fashion, even though we could go much further and talk about Monte Carlos and so much more nebulous stuff. But at a very high level, you're done with the analysis, you're done with planning the responses. Now you need to implement the responses, okay? So, process one, plan. We're going to come out with our risk management plan. Process two, identify. You now know through your plan that in order to get this done, all of your team members, Roberto needs to be there, Major Gurley needs to be there, Mitch needs to be there, everybody in the spectrum, Colonel needs to be there, even, let's even call our stakeholders that aren't here, like Patrick, Patrick needs to be here. Everyone under the sun needs to be part of Identify Risk. You see, you've got an idea of how you're going to do it, who you're going to involve, and that's what your risk management plan is all about. Everyone you're going to involve. You put everyone in the picture. After you've identified your risks, you're going to come out with a risk register. That risk register is then going to be updated in all of the subsequent processes. There is nothing new other than updating the risk register. There's also going to be a high-level report, and that high-level report is then going to be made even more granular. We call it a risk report. So you get a risk report in the Identify Risks process, and it begins to morph and become bigger and more fleshed out in all of the other processes. So you're going to get a prioritized list of risks that is going to be further refined. You're going to come out with responses for these in plan risk responses, and then you're going to implement your responses. For example, one of your responses is to purchase insurance. Phill is now purchasing insurance at the facility belonging to this organization. What is he doing? He's implementing the risk response. Whether he is doing it by phone or he's there in person, as soon as he is in that transaction to purchase the insurance, that is implement risk responses. So you plan for insurance. The moment you're purchasing it, you're implementing the response. Someone says, but Phill, what about when you're making a claim on the insurance? That is not implement risk responses. That is outside. You're making a claim, you got reality, something happened. That is not implement risk responses. Implement responses is when you're doing what you said you would do. Another example of implementing a response is you've got a loose cannon for stakeholders, sorry to say. And part of your response strategy is to have regular touch points at the end of every day. At the end of Wednesday, you're meeting with your stakeholder and briefing them on the project status. What are you doing? You're implementing the risk response, you see. And then last but not least, we've got monitor risks. So monitor risks, you're always going to be monitoring, are the risks where we left them? Have they become crazier? Is there something new? How is our response to the existing risks working for us? Is it working out well? Is our risk response overall good? Or do we need to even get better or do something else or invite more people? This is monitor risk. Okay, so monitoring risk is looking all over the project and saying, how well are we doing in our risk management? Okay, so that is monitor risks. And I'm happy to say that is time for our break. So folks, time here is 9 minutes past 12. Okay, we're going to have to be aggressive so that we get done on time. So I'm going to give us a 20-minute break so that I can give you another break later on. You're still going to need another break. So why don't we go on our 20-minute break and let's come back at 1:30, all right? So I'll see you at 1:30 the hour. We got to do it this way, folks, just so that we don't spend 1.5 hours on breaks because we've already taken quite a number of breaks, all right? So thank you for your understanding. I'm going to pause the recording, take your 20 minutes, and I'll see you in 20 minutes. All right, welcome back from break. We got further along in the content from where we were when we first started. We were able to cover the overview of all of the processes. And now we are going into the individual inputs, tools, techniques, and outputs of all the processes. Okay? So, very quick, let's jump into them one by one. And as I go through this, I really need you guys to open up your PMBOK guides. We're going to be doing a lot of PMBOK guide investigation here. There's a lot to talk about, but we definitely need to open up the PMBOK guide a lot. I mean, a whole lot, a whole lot. So let's do this. Let's zero in on the processes one by one. Let us start off with plan risk management. Right there. Plan risk management. As you can see here, we have documents and plans that we're used to, okay? Things that we have seen in the past. All of these help us frame our rationale and our approach to managing risks. Now, like I said, we are going to be going very deep into the PMBOK guide. So I'm going to be going, back and forth between the slides, between the book, and I'll be telling you which page I'm on so that you guys can follow along. All right. So the main goal of this process, as you can see up there, it says, develop a plan for how to manage project risks. So your major output is the risk management plan. A plan for how to manage risks. But I want to build up the understanding of this risk management plan. So let's talk about a few things in the tools and techniques before we hit it. Okay. Expert judgment, being familiar with your organization's approach to risk management. This is on page 404. So someone says, expert judgment in plan risk management pertains to what? You can see the bullets. You got to be familiar with how your organization manages risks. Some people are probably more familiar than others, depending on the number of projects they've been on or their overall experience. Also, being able to tailor risk management to the specific needs of the project and understanding the type of risks that you will encounter on a project. All of these are talked about on page 404 under expert judgment. Okay? The next one here is data analysis. Data analysis, as you can see here on page 404, it says this is a technique that could be used to do a stakeholder analysis. Why? To determine the risk appetite of project stakeholders. So when you hear stakeholder analysis, it's to determine their risk appetite. How much risk are they willing to take on to get a particular reward? Some people, they're very risk averse, don't like risks, very, very low tolerance as far as anything relating to risk is concerned. So the risk appetite needs to be defined. You need to know how far your stakeholders will go in pursuit of a reward. And then we've got meetings. So these meetings here, we often refer to them as planning meetings. You got to have a planning meeting to plan how to manage risks, okay? And the output, if you follow me to page 405, remember I said there's a lot of PMBOK guide highlighting going on in this section. I would like you to highlight all the bullets, so just mark all the bullets on page 405, because these are the things in your risk management plan. Your risk strategy. What is the overarching strategy? Let me give you an example. At a well-known semiconductor firm that was going through an acquisition, I was one of the program and project managers. our strategy to managing risk was let management know as soon as possible anything that you cannot handle. That was the overall strategy. Management needs to know ASAP. So the general approach to managing risks on your project is the strategy. Now, when you get to the specifics, the how, we are talking about your risk methodology, okay? Your risk methodology. All right, roles and responsibilities. So who is leading the charge regarding identifying risks or analyzing risks, whatever the roles and responsibilities are, part of your risk management plan. What about the funding? Where's this money coming from? You're spending hours analyzing risk, identifying risk. Where's the money coming from? And then this is a very important one, risk categories. So remember, I showed you an image of a risk breakdown structure, the RBS. This is used for risk categorization, and this is talked about on page 405 as well. If you turn the page over, you see another example of a risk breakdown structure. This is from my buddy, the risk doctor, David Hilson. And he came out with this idea to break risk down in categories. And this has been around for decades. But if you take a look, we've got technical risks, management risks, commercial risks, external risk, page 406. So you could break risks down in a variety of ways. Okay? Still on the topic, you can see this risk management plan is huge. Still on the topic of the risk management plan, the next bullet on page 407, the next bullet is stakeholder risk appetite. And we're going to read that because that is an important definition. Stakeholder risk appetite. The risk appetites of key stakeholders on the project are recorded in the risk management plan. Very important point to note. Their appetites are in the risk management plan. It says, as they inform the details of the risk management process. In particular, stakeholder risk appetite should be expressed as measurable risk thresholds around each project objective. And by project objective, we mean time, cost, and scope. How far will you go in terms of schedule? Oh, I don't mind if I'm 5% behind schedule or 10% or weeks, or however you quantify that. Or I don't care if I'm 50% over budget, just make it happen. All of those appetites, we need to define them based on the thresholds. It says these thresholds will determine the acceptable level of overall project risk exposure. And they are also used to inform the definitions of probability and impacts to be used when assessing and prioritizing individual project risk. So what are they trying to tell you? They're trying to tell you that a high risk, you quantified or qualified as high based on certain stakeholder appetites. You need to know what those appetites are, and then you can form a legend of sorts for your team. Oh, if the risk is over 50% impacting cost negatively, then we're going to say it's very high, or that kind of thing. So an example of what this will translate into is below in table 11-1. So if you take a look at figure 11-1, it's titled Example of Definitions of Probability and Impacts. Okay? So just to reorientate you, we're talking about the risk management plan, and we're talking about how you qualify risk. How do you call a risk very high or very low or medium? It's there. For example, table 11-1, page 407. As you can see in this example, a very high risk, if you say a risk has a very high probability, we're talking about over 70% certain that it will happen. Or if we're saying very high as it relates to the impact, we're saying greater than 6 months impact on the schedule, plus or minus. Or cost, very significant, would be greater than 5 million on this example. On your project, it could be different. In your project of $100,000, it could be Oh, if it's over $20,000 impact, it's very high. It depends. But in this example, you can see what constitutes very high, high, medium, low, very low, or nil. It's all defined there. Now, table 11-1, we call this definitions of risk, probability, and impacts. Okay? Some people may call it risk, probability, and impact scales. You got to define your scale. Okay? If I'm calling it a 1, we need to know that a 1 means nil, or a 1 means very low. And that needs to translate across the project. Some organizations are even more deliberate and intentional. They say, this is a standard procedure, and it's not going to be used on just one project. We're going to use it across all projects. So your definition of risk, probability, and impacts, this is big. This is big for plan risk management. Okay? Still on the risk management plan on page 408, you can see this is a beast, this plan. This plan also contains the probability and impact matrix, whatever that may look like. There's an example. There's all sorts of probability and impact matrices. This is a 5x5. Here's another one, which is a little bit different. This is a 0.1 to a 0.9 on the probability and a 10 to a 90 on the impact. These scales vary across the board. Or perhaps you go with what is in the PMP guide. You can see a 0.05 all the way to 0.72 on the impact, and the probability a 0.08 all the way to a 0.01 all the way to a 0.08. Is it? 0.01 all the way to a 0.1, I beg your pardon, on the y-axis. 0.1 on the y-axis to a 0.9, very high, all the way up there on the y-axis. On the x-axis, it's a 0.05, very low, all the way to a 0.8, very high. And then the intersections of those multipliers is what you see in those shaded areas, page 408. Let me read. It says, prioritization rules may be specified by the organization in advance of the project and included in organizational process assets. In other words, this thing in figure 11-5 called a probability and impact matrix with scoring scheme, this could exist in your OPAs. In that case, you just fish it out of your OPAs and you use it on your project. But some projects require a customized probability and impact matrix. In that case, you may go ahead and customize that some, okay? The next thing in your risk management plan is reporting formats. How are you going to report on the risks? It's also there in the risk management plan. And last but not least, we've got tracking documents, how risk activities will be recorded, and how risk management processes will be audited. So how are you going to track this whole thing? It needs to be well thought out. So I want to read off everything at a high level one more time. What is in your risk management plan from page 405? Risk strategy, methodology, roles and responsibilities, funding, timing, risk categories, stakeholder risk appetite, definitions of probability and impacts, probability and impact matrix itself, reporting formats, and tracking. A boatload, guys, a boatload of stuff in the risk management plan. So before your exam, know this stuff in detail, inside out. All right, let's move on to the next process, which we've already talked about at a high level, but let's go into a little bit more detail here. This is the identify risks process. This is where you're looking for all manner of risks, good, bad, ugly, all sorts of risks. And how do we do that? We have our project management plan, which contains our risk management plan. Remember, your risk management plan is here. Remember, your risk management plan became part of your project management plan. And that is why it is relevant here, along with many other mentioned plans. Okay? So we've got all of that. In addition to that, if we take a look at our project documents, if you take a look at the documents listed on page 409 as part of the inputs to identify risks, we have the assumption log, cost estimates, duration estimates, and so many more. And then if you look above, not only does this have the risk management plan, this has got all sorts of things mentioned. I know there's a lot of stuff in it based on page 89, but we're taking a look at so many things. Schedule management plan, cost management plan, scope baseline, and many more. Scope baseline, schedule baseline, many, many more. The question is, why so much stuff? Why mention so much stuff? The reason is this. In this process, remember I told you risk cuts across everything? In this process, you want to hone in on any affected area, scope, schedule, cost, whatever it is. You want to examine all of your plans, all of your documents where risk could be hiding. It could be hiding in the assumptions. It could be hiding in the issue log. Wherever risks could be, positive or negative, you want to examine those documents. Let me show you how this all ties together. There is one theme that ties this together, and it's in the analysis right here. The question then becomes, what exactly are we analyzing? It's right there at the bottom of the list. So if you go to page 415, page 415, the last bullet, it says part of the data analysis is a document analysis. Do you see what you're doing here in data analysis? Chiefly, you are looking at all of the documents here. You're going to do an analysis, a document analysis, and say, is there a risk here? Is there one here? Is there one here? Is there one? Oh, there's one, there's one, there's one. So by the time you're done, you've identified a boatload of risks already inherent in your documentation, even before you go into other areas. Even before you go into the more technical areas, in your project management approach, in the documents and plans you've got so far, you could find holes. You could find a ton of holes. I need to cough, one sec. Speaking of risk management, anyway, you could find a ton of holes in these documents and plans. And that is one of the major things you're doing. Okay? So follow along with me because I'm going to go through the PMBOK guide yet again. I'm going to ask you to open up stuff. But let's not lose sight of the fact that this right here, this is our major output. Without this, we cannot work the knowledge area very well. We need our risk register. We also need this risk report, which briefs management on the state of the project from a risk perspective. So there's a lot of stuff in these two, okay? And we're going to get to them as we comb through the inputs real quick. So follow me. I'm looking at page 411. Again, in your project management plan listing, you can see evidence of what we're doing. We're looking for risk. We're hunting for risk. We need our team members, people on our team, to help us find these risks. You see, we're trying to look for any type of risk, whether it affects a task, the overall project, everything. And there's a very important blurb at the top of page 411, which I would like you guys to read on your own, but it really underscores a lot of what I was showing you, the format for identifying risks, scoring risks, all that stuff. You want to follow it. Okay, so on page 411, requirements management plan, schedule management plan, cost management plan, quality management plan, resource management plan. Turn to page 412, it continues, risk management plan, scope baseline, schedule baseline, cost baseline. Everything here is going to be reviewed. The risk management plan is going to be followed, that's why it's listed, but we're going to review everything to make sure that we've really unearthed any risks that may be hiding. Also, the project documents, you see it mentions assumption log, cost estimates, duration estimates, issue log, lessons learned register, and requirements documentation. So we're going to look through all of these documents, all of these plans with a bid to find in any risks. Also, resource requirements and stakeholder register. The stakeholder register is going to show you who should be participating in the identification of risks. So as you go through this, folks, as you go through this, know the relevance. As you go through this, know the relevance. And where it mentions stakeholder register, just understand, oh, yeah, we got a list of people who we should be calling in to this meeting. You see meetings here, the stakeholder register tells you who needs to be in that meeting to identify risks. Okay. One of the practical ways you can identify risk is call anyone who is a stakeholder to a room and say, okay, within the next 30 minutes, without you speaking to anyone, anonymously, just come out with anything you think could affect the project, put it on a Post-it note and come stick it in the front of the room and you can leave. That's a way you can identify risks. Or maybe you could use some other approaches to do that. And we'll be looking at those approaches later. If you're on page 413, you see agreements, 11.2.1.3 is listed. Why? Because in our agreements, we could have risks buried in our agreements. Okay, so agreements is the next input that you see there. And then you've got procurement documentation. And I'm going to read it. It says, if the project requires external procurement of resources, the initial procurement documentation should be reviewed, as procuring goods and services from outside the organization may increase or decrease overall project risk and may introduce additional individual project risk. So you're trying to look for every possible avenue for risks. You want to find them, bring them out from where they're hiding. You could also use enterprise environmental factors described here, published materials, academic studies, anything that is relevant to this. Anything that could give you ideas about the risks. And then you've got your OPAs, all of those templates, tools that could be used to identify these risks. You also want to identify them. Okay, and that takes us into the tools and techniques. All right, how do you identify risks? One, expert judgment. That's a no-brainer. You also have brainstorming. You could brainstorm for risks, or you could use a checklist. A checklist could be a reminder. It says it is often used as a reminder. Risk checklists are developed based on historical information and knowledge that has been accumulated from similar projects. Oh, we experienced this on Bruce's project. Have you thought about this on your project? We experienced that on Shree's project. Have you thought about that on this one? So you need to go through any checklist that exists. And it says the project team should also explore items that do not appear on the checklist. Additionally, the checklist should be reviewed from time to time to update new information, as well as remove the old obsolete information. How else do we identify risks? Part of the data gathering is interviews, which makes sense. If you go to the next one here, under data analysis, I kind of partially talked about the last bullet here, but we have RCA, and remember I talked about the risk, the cause and effect. So this is part of your root cause analysis. Don't just think about the risk, think about the cause and the effect. We have assumption and constraint analysis. assumption and constraint analysis check-in to make sure that they are valid and looking for threats within your assumptions and constraints, exploring the validity of assumptions and constraints to determine which of them pose a risk to the project. We're also trying to find inaccuracies in our assumptions and constraints. Going down, next bullet on page 415 is SWOT analysis. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Where are we strong? Opportunities. Where are we weak? Threats. It says, this technique examines the project from each of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats perspective. For risk identification, it is used to increase the breadth of identified risks by including internally generated risks. The technique starts with the identification of strengths and weaknesses of the organization, focusing on either the project, organization, or business area in general. SWOT analysis then identifies any opportunities for the project that may arise from the strengths and any threats resulting from the weaknesses. The analysis also examines the degree to which the organizational strengths may offset threats and determines if weaknesses might hinder opportunities, okay? So these are things we haven't really encountered before, and I'm taking time to read them because there's no way we can just gloss over anything here. All of this is fair game for the exam, all right? And last but not least, as part of your data analysis is your document analysis, okay? Your document analysis. That is also part of what we talked about. All of the documents, all of the plans, they're going to be reviewed. How? Using document analysis. All right, so that's data analysis for identify risks. Interpersonal and team skills, we talk about facilitation here under this piece. Prompt lists is another one that we need to talk about. For those of you who read the 5th edition, there's a lot of new stuff regarding prompt lists. And I'm going to go over a few of these prompt lists with you. These prompt lists are just a one word, one item type of reminder. For example, technical, if someone says technical, it reminds you, oh, there could be technical risks. Technical risks need to be examined. So under PESTLE, if you take a look at the screen here, if we think about the prompt list frameworks, we've got the PESTLE, and we could think about political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental risks. These help jog your thinking or memory into what is a political risk that could happen on this project? What is an economic risk? So things such as that. Or we look at the teacup approach. The teacup will be technical, environmental, commercial, operational, and political. So it helps spur your thinking into technical risks, environmental risks. It helps prompt you in some way. And that's why it's called prompt list frameworks. It's to prompt you into thinking. VUCA is well known in military circles: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So these frameworks, they can help. They can help in you remembering what could affect your project or the circumstance at hand. And last but not least, we've got meetings, okay? Now, to go back to that overall view of identify risks, the major output that we see in this image, or the major outputs that we see in this image, the risk register, the risk report, those two, huge. Take a look at page 417, just so that we can put a handle on what is in the risk register. So it says the risk register captures details of individual project risks. The results of performed qualitative risk analysis, plan risk responses, implement risk responses, and monitor risks are recorded in the risk register as those processes are conducted throughout the project. It says, On completion of the identify risks process, the content of the risk register may include, but is not limited to, 1, list of identified risks, 2, potential risk owners, and 3, list of potential risk responses. Now remember, I have already shown you various perspectives of the risk register. It could be a big old document, it could be huge, but it could be customized depending on the organization and their flavor. So you can see that, all of the different fields, but you know, at a minimum, list of identified risks, potential risk owners, and list of potential risk responses. And we've pretty much gone through all of these. Just be aware that the terminology risk owner, like I said, risk owner is the responsible party, the accountable, I beg your pardon, party. Risk owner, this is the person who you're going to report back to and say done. Risk owner. Accountable. This is the person who knows how best to deal with it. Risk action owner, this is the person you may send. This person is the doer. See? So very important you remember responsible, the person doing the legwork is the risk action owner. They could also refer to this person as the risk response owner. You own the response. You own the doing of whatever we planned. But the brain behind what to do, the person who is the accountable person, who you're going to report to and say done, is the risk owner. All right. So on page 417, it says potential risk owners. It says where a potential risk owner has been identified during the identify risks process, the risk owner is recorded in the risk register. Why do they say potential? Because at this stage in identify risks, remember, we haven't done our qualitative, we haven't done our quantitative, we haven't done our planned risk responses. It's in planned risk responses that you firm up these names, okay? So anything now as far as the risk owner is really just tentative, all right? Also, potential responses, you can see if on the exam you're asked, where is a list of potential risk responses captured? It's identify risks. But when we get the final response that we're deciding upon, where we firm it up, that is confirmed, as is written here, during the planned risk responses process. So there's a lot of preliminary information that could be captured in identify risks, you know, but you don't finalize it until you get to those processes downstream. All right, so there's a lot of stuff to take in, and that's why, you know, I want you to open up your pen book, follow along, and know the pages where this information is. All right. So that is identify risks. Next in line is perform qualitative risk analysis. So let's take a look at that right here. So big things that happen in this process are, 1, categorizing the risks using your risk breakdown structure. Remember Dr. Hilson's little invention that I mentioned. This is on page 406. Page 406, we've got the risk breakdown structure. It's in this process that we begin to use the risk breakdown structure to bucketize all of these risks in the right place. But before I stray away from where we were, there is one more thing I need to show you from the previous slide. If I can do that really quick, it is the risk report, okay? I almost missed that. But your risk report, as you can see on page 418, this is an output of the previous process. It's going to become an input to processes happening later on downstream. And it just says here, the risk report presents information on sources of overall project risk. And then it says most important drivers of risks and summary of risk information. That is really key about the risk report. All right, so with that, we can go into qualitative risk analysis. Okay, so perform qualitative risk analysis. You can see it is the third in the list of processes here. And this is where you're trying to categorize the risks. This is also where you are going to be scoring the risks based on the scale that you may have already identified. So the mission is to analyze identified risks by assigning a risk score and or prioritizing the risks. So if we take a look at the inputs, they are things we already know. Follow me to page 420. And we'll just go through them really quick. 420, you can see the data flows, which, by the way, I hope you've been going through those on your own. At a high level, you can see everything going in here, the project management plan, project documents, EEFs and OPAs. You can see the major things we're getting out are just updates, you know, but there is a lot that happens in this process. So let's take a look at the sub inputs here. As part of your project documents, this is very, very vital. The most important thing in project documents here is your risk register. If you do not have your risk register, you cannot work your qualitative risk analysis process sensibly. So I know it has assumption log and stakeholder register, but the one you want to be laser focused on is, oh, my risk register is part of project documents. Very important. Because remember, what you are analyzing is in that register, okay? Page 422 is next. Page 422, we see EEFs and OPAs, which we already know, okay? Taking a look at the tools and techniques. Tools and techniques you encounter here are: one, expert judgment. It makes sense if you've been on a similar project, you've got expertise in qualitative risk analysis, and of course you could lend expert judgment to this process. Data gathering. So we're going to gather a bunch of data from here. Could be interviews, structured or semi-structured interviews. It says these can be used to assess probability and impacts of individual project risks. Remember, I asked you guys, okay, if you throw a dice, what is the probability? 1 out of 6 was the answer. In your projects, you could ask a stakeholder, what do you think the probability is that this will happen? And stuff like that, okay? So you could use interviews to glean information. It says the interviewer should promote an environment of trust and confidentiality. So you want to ease people's minds and let them know this is going to be anonymous. I'm not going to tell anyone what your vote was, but what do you honestly think the probability is or the impact based on your previous experience? The next thing here is data analysis. So under this, we have something called risk data quality assessment, and the summary is this. If you analyze risk data and it's found to be incorrect or bogus, you're going to have to collect data again. If data quality is unacceptable, it says on the third line, it may be necessary to gather better data. So you got bogus data in a questionnaire, you see some polarization, something seems fishy, maybe you need to gather that data again, okay? The next thing here, it states risk, probability, and impact assessment, which is really just using your probability and impact matrix and saying, what is the probability and what is the impact? Oh, the intersection gives a 2. Okay, so you're really scoring the risk based on any existing probability and impact matrix. All right. Next here, it says assessment of other risk parameters. So there's a bunch of other risk parameters that are mentioned in the PMBOK guide on page 400. Well, The details start on page 424, but at a high level, it says, the project team may consider other characteristics of risks in addition to probability and impact. So they're saying, you may not just stop at probability or impact, you may look for other assessments of risk parameters. And we've got a lot of them talked about here. So I'm showing these on the screen, and I'm going to give you a 1-second breakdown of them. Urgency, we're talking about the time period within which a response to the risk is to be implemented in order to be effective. So it's urgent if you need to carry out the response now for it to be effective. A short period indicates high urgency. Proximity, the period of time before the risk might have an impact on one or more project objectives. Oh, it won't impact our objectives until 2 years from now. Okay, then it's got a low proximity. It's far off in terms of the impact, but a short period indicates high proximity. Dormancy, the period of time that may lapse after a risk has occurred before its impact is discovered. It happened 10 months ago. We're only just feeling the shock wave. So it says a short period indicates low dormancy, long period, high dormancy. It's asleep. That's really what it means. Next one is manageability, the ease with which the risk owner or owning organization can manage the occurrence or impact of a risk. Where it is tough to manage, it is low manageability. Where it is easy to manage, that's high manageability. Controllability, the degree to which the risk owner or owning organization is able to control the risk's outcome. Where the outcome can be easily controlled, controllability is high. Detectability, the ease with which the results of the risk occurring or being about to occur can be detected and recognized. Where the risk occurrence can be detected easily, detectability is high. Where it is hard to detect the risk, detectability is low. Connectivity, the extent to which the risk is related to other individual project risks. So where a risk is connected to many other risks, we say connectivity is high. Where a risk is connected to just a few, we say, oh, low connectivity. It's only connected to 1 or 2. Strategic impact, the potential for the risk to have a positive or negative effect on the organization's strategic goals. So if it affects the strategic goals, strategic impact is high. And then propinquity, which is a word many people are puzzled about. It's the degree to which a risk is perceived to matter by one or more stakeholders. Where a risk is perceived as very significant, maybe across many stakeholders, propinquity is high. And that is a real word. I was training a company out of the UK, and they said, that can't be a real word. They went to the dictionary to open up propinquity, and there it was. It is a real word, okay? So other risk parameters, there's a lot to read here, and it's a sub-bullet under data analysis, but nonetheless, you want to keep all your bases covered for the exam. All right, so that was data analysis. And we're talking about 1 bullet at the end, okay? The next thing we're going to look at here is interpersonal and team skills. And under interpersonal and team skills, it says the ability to lead the team in group risk activities, conducting effective meetings and resolving conflict, all of that stuff. So you want to be a skills facilitator, knowing how to rein people in, knowing how to make sure they're on point, and all that, okay? And then the next one, if you go to the next one, it's risk categorization, which I showed you previously. The RBS is used for risk categorization. Next, we have data representation, and under this, we've got the probability and impact matrix and hierarchical charts. So I've already shown you the risk, probability, and impact matrix, and we have here on page 426, if you turn the page over, you've got figure 11-10, example bubble chart showing detectability, proximity, and impact value. So let's read what this is all about. This is kind of new in the 6th edition. It says, where risks have been categorized using more than 2 parameters, the probability and impact matrix cannot be used and other graphical representations are required. For example, a bubble chart displays 3 dimensions of data, where each risk is plotted as a disk, a bubble, and 3 parameters are represented by the x-axis, y-axis, and bubble size. So if you turn the page over, proximity is on the y, detectability is on the x, and bubbles is about those risks that are of a big value impact-wise or small value. So the bigger the bubble, the larger the impact of the risk. It says, an example bubble chart is shown with detectability and proximity and impact value represented by bubble size. All right, and then we've got next meetings on page 426. And it says here, risk workshops dedicated to discussing identified individual project risks. So you could have risk workshops, you could have meetings of various names, but the goal is to review those previously identified risks and assess their probability and impact or other parameters, which we've talked about. So at the end of all of this, folks, at the end, when all is said and done, our major output from performed qualitative risk analysis is going to be updates, which you see on page 427. I know it looks very innocent, but you're getting a massive, massive update to this one right here. Major updates are going to be made to your risk register. You're going to have a prioritized risk register. You're going to have probabilities and impacts, and you're going to be aware now of risk urgency, you know, a risk that needs to be addressed today. If we don't do it today, forget it. The risk strategy is not going to be very helpful. The risk response strategy is not going to be helpful. We need to address it today. All of that stuff is going to be updated in your risk register. Now watch this. On page 427, towards the bottom, it says, updates to the risk register may include, and then it goes into all that you could get, assessments of probability and impacts, priority level or risk score, nominated risk owner. You see, even right here, you might update the risk owner, risk urgency information, or risk categorization. And this is very important, you might want to highlight it, a watch list for low priority risks. So the lower levels of your risk register are often referred to as a watch list. Yeah, we're not going to do anything to counteract those. We know they're there. We're keeping our eye on them. If they get any worse, then we'll take action. But for now, we're just going to keep them on that watch list. The watch list, there's no separate list, but you hear the term risk watch list. It's the lower level of your risk register where all of those lower level risks have fallen to, or risks that you're not going to counteract right now. All right, and then of course we've got the risk report, also very important, and it says the risk report is updated to reflect the most important individual project risks, usually those with the highest probability and impact, as well as a prioritized list of all identified risks. Okay, so that is what you get from qualitative. All right, do you have any questions so far? Because I've been covering a lot of content, opening a lot of stuff in the PMP guide. Is there anything that has thrown you for a loop that you want me to clarify for you, or is it making sense? I hope it is. Otherwise, you need to have stopped me. Making sense? Is this what you do in the real world quite a lot? You watch this video again and again and again. It makes sense. Think about it. Do you just start dealing with risks? No, you got to plan. All of this is planning, Shri. And as you think about them, You got to make it pragmatic by thinking about one of your projects, any project. Think about a risk and think about the life cycle. We don't identify a risk just yet. We have a plan, and then we identify. And as I identify a risk, what am I doing? Cause, risk, effect. What else am I doing? Probability and impact in a score. So probability rating, impact rating, risk score. What else am I doing? I'm going to prioritize them in the list based on the big scores, the small scores. What else am I doing? And that's where we are now. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to quantitatively analyze the risk. That's what you're doing next. Okay? How do you scale the bubbles? Yeah, I mean, it's baseline. So don't concern yourself with the minutia, because you could say 1 inch is this impact in dollars. A bubble of 2 inches is 2 million, something to that effect. The software does a lot of this stuff for you. It does a lot. And here's the reality of it, okay? A lot of firms I've dealt with, all the way from those in electronics for military overseas, all the way to NASA, they all have different ways they do this. And a lot of them do not even do a bubble chart. A bubble chart may be in some organizations where you've got an expert who's taken it to the next level. So if I were you, I wouldn't be bogged down by the technicalities of how you arrive at what they're saying. The most important thing is you know the functionality. What does it do? The PMI, the PMP exam is not going to test you on how do you do a Monte Carlo simulation. No, they're going to test you on, do you know the relevance? Do you know that it's a computerized simulation? End of story. So don't be bogged down, okay, with the minutia. There's a lot of minutia. Mitch says, my problem is I do, but thinking about it, the PMI wants a challenge. Steve says, oh, this would be part of some type of, yes, exactly, Steve. A lot of this stuff is risk software. I know IBM has got a tool that does some risk stuff. And you know what? Go to Palisade when you get a moment. When you get a moment, I want you guys to go to Palisade. I think I've mentioned this before, but Palisade, they have a great tool, especially for the Monte Carlo, which is the next process we're going to talk about. Palisade has got a great breakdown of how quantitative risk analysis is done. Qualitative, so this stuff I'm showing you with the probability and impact assessment and the bubble, you could do this in Excel very easily. You just need someone who can do macros, and you can make this happen in Excel. But going to the next level of the Monte Carlo, which could be done in Excel as well, with a fancy plugin, if you go to palisade.com, you'll be amazed at what these guys have put together over the years. You can also get PDUs after you get PMP certified by attending some of their webinars. They've actually got a risk, like a risk day or something that is coming up or has already happened. But if you go to palisade.com, you can check out the details. A lot of this stuff, folks, is basic common sense translated into software. Some people use software. Like what I showed you, the risk register, all that stuff is done. A lot of companies just use an Excel sheet. A lot of companies just use Excel, you know, excuse me. Yeah, a lot of companies just use Excel to get to this point. So this point that we're going to, this is where we bring out the whole cavalry and we go to the next level. But let me say this. This process right here that I'm about to show you, perform quantitative risk analysis, you might want to take note of this. This is the optional process of risk management. This is the one that you don't have to do. This is the one that is optional. So if you're asked which process is optional in the world of the PMI or the PMP, you don't have to do quantitative risk analysis, because when people try to do it, either they run into problems or they realize it's beyond them. They need some real hardcore expertise to run a Monte Carlo, for example. Most organizations don't even have that on their radar. And a lot of them are involved in high complicated projects, but they haven't gotten that far. You know, I worked in a company that was putting together an RFP response for a weapon system. Those guys had a Monte Carlo. There were some guys who, you know, they were in the basement. They'd say, Phil, you know, you should come around one of these days to see how we run our Monte Carlo. I said, no, thank you. Thank you very much. I ain't going to your basement. But in all seriousness, that was their job, running Monte Carlos. You know, I was in the scheduling and project related department, but these guys were running the simulations that would predict the outcome of the project from various perspectives based on the information put in, of course. So this process, perform quantitative risk analysis, is the optional one, but this is where you're analyzing identified risk by finding the EMV and reprioritizing those risks. So if you take a look at the inputs, it's business as usual. If you take a look at the tools and techniques, it looks very, very familiar. But the one I really want to hone in, because everything else is pretty much the same, this is really what I want to hone in on. That. And let's see, maybe this. Okay. So I need to point out to you where all of this stuff is. So if you follow me along to page 428, you can see the general breakdown, okay? If you look at the inputs, again, you see a laundry list of things. Why? Because anything that can give us a quantitative baseline for us to measure the quantitative effect of a risk on project objectives, we want to include. So we need almost everything in the project management plan and a bunch of project documents. So let's read here. It says on page 428, perform quantitative risk analysis is the process of numerically analyzing the combined effect of identified individual project risks and other sources of uncertainty on overall project objectives. And that is one of the key words, combined effect. You're not just interested in, oh, risk one could be a 10 million impact. No, you're looking at the aggregate effect, everything together. That is really what you're doing in quantitative. Quantitative combines everything to show you the big picture of this is the overall effect of all of these risks on the project. That is what quantitative does. So it's quite powerful when done the right way. If you go to page 429, this is what I told you. It says, perform quantitative risk analysis is not required for all projects. Undertaking a robust analysis depends on the availability of high quality data about individual project risks and other sources of uncertainty, as well as a sound underlying project baseline for scope, schedule, and cost. And that's why you see all these baselines going into this process within the project management plan. It says quantitative risk analysis usually requires specialized risk software and expertise. If you have the software and no expertise, waste of time. You got the expertise, no software, waste of time. So things like the Palisade at risk for project and many other Monte Carlos used for this kind of thing are very important. You don't have those, you're not going to do a very good job. It's going to become clumsy. It says, it also consumes additional time and cost. The use of quantitative risk analysis for a project will be specified in the project's risk management plan. In other words, you'll know if you need to do this or not from the risk management plan. It is most likely appropriate for large or complex projects, strategically important projects, projects for which a contractual requirement, or projects in which a key stakeholder requires it. So the summary is this stuff is not used on every single project. It is very important to realize this. Therefore, on the exam, you're not going to get the very technical questions about risk probability and, you know, the different shapes of, you know, probability. You're not going to get a lot of that. Shri says, since quantitative risk analysis is an optional process, can we expect less questions from this process on the PMP exam? I wouldn't say that, because there are questions on, there's a very important part that I need to show you, and I'm going to walk through all of this. Yeah, this might very well take us all the way to the end, because there's a lot of important stuff I need to discuss. I would still expect a number of questions on this. Decision tree analysis, EMV, they could come out. I don't think they're going to be as many as what you would expect in executing, but you can expect 3, 4 questions that may be related to this, Oh dear, Shri is dreaming, Mitch says. Okay, so let me try and get done with this really quick. So if we get into the nitty-gritty of it really quick, page 430, business as usual, items of your risk, of your project management plan, which includes your risk management plan. Just remember, your risk management plan is always lurking among things in your project management plan. Just remember, my risk management plan is with me here. Then you've got the baselines, which are going to give you an idea quantitatively about the impact. Then you've got project documents, estimates, and forecasts. All of this is to help you quantitatively. You've also got the regular suspects in here, and the 2 regular suspects, your risk register and your risk report, the 2 RRs. The 2 R's, actually there's 3 R's. There's another one that's been added to the mix, but that's not as important. That's the resource requirements, but the ones that are really, really important, risk register, risk report, okay? We've got EEFs and OPAs, that is business as usual. Now let's go into the tools and techniques. If you take a look at the tools and techniques, you got expert judgment. You better have expert judgment doing this process, or you could be wasting all of your time and effort. You know, it's better to do no quantitative than to do half-baked quantitative, which could mislead you, okay? So this could get very, very detailed. So expert judgment is there, definitely one expert judgment. Under data gathering, it says interviews. Again, we expect to have interviews here. When you require information from experts, again, you want to encourage them to be honest, and you want to make sure that there's no bias, because biases could affect these this data. You got people that have a cognitive bias. It's how it is interpreted by their heads. It's coming out, but it's biased. They just got a wrong, you know, they've got a cognitive bias. But then you've got motivational biases, people who are motivated by certain things, and then that affects their output. So as a good facilitator, as a good interviewer, you want to encourage that. It says the interviewer should promote an environment of trust and confidentiality. And that's why there's a method talked about here. It is called the Delphi. Now, we don't really talk about this in the PMBOK Guide 6, but in previous editions, you will see Delphi. And that word could come out on the exam. When you use a Delphi technique, you're using anonymous. It's anonymous, and it's from experts. The Delphi technique uses information from anonymous experts who do not know themselves, or they don't know that the other person is doing the survey or commenting on a particular aspect. So that's data gathering. Interpersonal and team skills, facilitation, of course, that makes sense there. And then we've got representations of uncertainty. So these are not given visually in the PMBOK guide. My guess could be that PMI did not see this as being relevant because maybe there are not going to be questions on it. But I'm going to read and I'm going to show you a few images, and I'll ask you to go to Palisade at some point. But it says representations of uncertainty. Quantitative risk analysis requires inputs to a quantitative risk analysis model that reflect individual project risks and other sources of uncertainty. Where the duration, cost, or resource requirement for a planned activity is uncertain, the range of possible values can be represented in the model as a probability distribution. This may take several forms. The most commonly used are triangular, normal, log normal, beta, uniform, or discrete distributions. Care should be taken when selecting an appropriate probability distribution to reflect the range of possible values for the planned activities. And then it goes into some detail, but I'm going to give you a picture that will just cut to the chase because we don't have all this luxury here. So let me just show you what they're talking about. And this is from Palisade software. I thought that it might be useful to show you. So as you're using their software, you'll be given different probability distributions to use. And you got to know which probability distribution is relevant. Should I take triangular? Should I take normal? All of this stuff is outside of the realm of the exam, but the PMI have included it here because they want you to know that probability distributions affect the outcome of a Monte Carlo. It's not enough to have the Monte Carlo. You need to know the distribution to use, okay? So a lot of that stuff is in their software, and that's why I say, go take a look. It's kind of interesting what they've got. When you go into the software, you'll be given an option of choosing which distribution. And I mean, this goes to a whole new level. Exponential, triangular, uniform, which of these should be selected? There's a science to it. And that's why you've got risk specialists that specialize in using these kind of tools. This is beyond the scope, all right? So I don't want to go off on a rabbit trail. To further summarize this is also in our book. We give you a visual of some of these basic probability distributions. So here we have beta. It says the probability lies more to one side of the mean. It's obvious from looking at it. You can see it's sloping to one side. Triangular, the effect of having a 3-point estimate can be seen. So if you've got a 3-point estimate, of course, you're going to choose that as the option. Normal, there's equal likelihood of the result. You can see it's right there in the middle. Or uniform, it could be anywhere on that line of possibilities. And the story goes on outside of this very basic view of probability distribution. All right, so this is under page 432, representations of uncertainty. Again, there's no visualization, but the bottom line is, as a risk expert, I should know, not as a project manager, as a risk expert, I should know which of these forms should I choose if I'm running a Monte Carlo. And that takes us to page 433, where our next tool and technique is. And on page 433, it says data analysis. So this is about data analysis. Let me get to the slide where we have our summary. There we go. Okay. So we've talked about representation of uncertainty. We had the final one, and there we've got simulation. And I've talked about this quite a lot. It says quantitative risk analysis uses a model that simulates the combined effects, again, that word, combined effects of individual project risks and other sources of uncertainty to evaluate their potential impact on achieving project objectives. And then we can see an example of what happens on the back end. So there's an S-curve, which is really some of the ideologies your Monte Carlo will rest on. And if we read really quickly, it says, second paragraph, computer software is used to iterate the quantitative risk analysis model several thousand times. The input values, cost estimates, duration estimates, or occurrence of probabilistic branches are chosen at random for each iteration. Outputs represent the range of possible outcomes. So they're showing you the range of possible outcomes. There's a 23% chance of meeting target, or there's an 85% chance of costing being 2.45 million or less, for example. So this S-curve just shows you a range of possibilities, shows you the range of likelihood of coming in on budget or behind schedule, ahead of schedule, and things such as that. Let's go to page 434, sensitivity analysis. It states, sensitivity analysis, still under data analysis, helps determine which individual project risks or other sources of uncertainty have the most potential impact on the project outcomes. You can see it looks like a tornado, this thing right here. It's called a tornado diagram, and it's used for sensitivity analysis, all right? So I'm cutting to the chase in a lot of this. For your exam, you need to understand sensitivity analysis, as it says in the definition, helps to determine which individual project risks or other sources of uncertainty have the most potential impact on project outcomes. And then you need to know what it looks like. The longer the bars, the more sensitive, the more that particular variable is going to be affected. Okay, and then you've got negative and positive. But what you do need to know for the exam, two things. Sensitivity analysis helps determine which risks have the biggest impact on the project. The longer the bars, the bigger the risks. Okay, so risk 7.2 compared to risk B 12.3 right at the top is insignificant compared to the one at the top has a much larger impact on the project, okay? Now, this is where we need to go into some mathematical computation here, folks. And when we get done with this, actually, maybe we should come back to this. We'll come back to this and then we'll be done for the day. So let me save this for last, just so that we can continue and cover the volume of content and then come back to page 435. You might want to mark it. But the summary of page 435 is this. There is a type of analysis called decision tree analysis. And for your exam, you need to be familiar with decision trees, and you should be able to analyze alternative paths of options in a project situation. So we're going to talk about this, decision tree analysis, when we get done with whatever else is remaining, all right? The summary of the outputs is very simple. We're gonna update our risk register, or risk content will be updated. We're gonna have the Monte Carlo being run. We're gonna have a lot of new information that will help us better assess the project. We're gonna have that big old bubble chart. We're gonna have a lot of stuff. But ultimately, we're gonna get to the point where we can make wiser decisions about risks, okay? And decision tree analysis will help us do that. But I'm going to come to that after we get done with the rest, okay? Next one here, the next process here is plan risk responses. I'm going to cover these very, very quickly for you. Inputs, you already know what these are. You know your risk management plan is here, your risk register and risk report. They're usually bucketized as part of what you get going in. And then the tools and techniques, things that you already know, except this, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need to talk about those really quick. And I'm going to go over those in a second here. So we've got various approaches for planning risk responses. Of course, before you plan a response, you need to have some measure of knowledge, right? You need to have some expert judgment, or you need to have someone on the team that can tell you, oh, I think the best response for a risk of that nature is accept, or something to that effect. But to get into the specifics, there will be some data gathering, as you can see here. Under data gathering on page 442, it says data gathering, not limited to interviews. You see there's a lot of interviewing in risk. So whenever you see data gathering in many of these, just think, oh, interviews. Next, we've got interpersonal and team skills. Again, whenever you see interpersonal and team skills, just remember that PM should be great at facilitating, all right? Page 442, I hope you're following along. Strategies for threats. These we're going to talk about right now. And I kind of gave you the top of the waves regarding strategies for threats. So let's hone in on these strategies for threats. and I'm going to show you a high-level slide here for strategies for threat. So the first one on the list is escalate. It makes sense. If you find a risk, a negative risk, and you cannot handle it, what do? You escalate to higher authority. Or the next option, avoid. Avoid means you are eliminating the risk. Let's read what PMI say under avoid. Page 443. Risk avoidance is when the project team acts to eliminate the threat or protect the project from its impact. Let's read right there at the bottom. It says, examples of avoidance actions may include removing the cause of a threat, extending the schedule, changing the project strategy, or reducing scope. So if there's a possibility that there could be an earthquake as you're building a structure, a radical response could be change location. Don't build in LA, build somewhere else where there's no earthquake, wherever that is. That's an example of avoid. But you could also avoid by using some less radical approaches. It says, by clarifying requirements, obtaining information, improving communication, or acquiring expertise. Next one on the list is transfer. Insurance is the most common example. It says transfer involves shifting ownership of a threat to a third party to manage the risk and to bear the impact if the threat occurs. Next one here is mitigate, like the mouse wearing the helmet. You're not getting rid of the risk, but you're mitigating. At least the mouse thought it was mitigating. It says, in risk mitigation, action is taken to reduce the probability of occurrence and or impact of a threat. So it says, for example, designing redundancy into a system may reduce the impact from a failure of the original component. The original component could still fail, but it reduces the impact when you build in that redundancy. All right. Next one here is accept. Under accept, you've got two types of accept. As you can see on the screen, it says do nothing. Okay, do nothing proactive to counteract the risk, passive acceptance, or put aside a contingency reserve of time, money, or resources to deal with the risk if it occurs. In other words, I'm not going to do anything now, but if this risk does manifest, which means you've accepted it, if it does manifest, then I'm going to have some additional monies aside to deal with the manifestation of the risk. So it's still an accept strategy, but you're just using a more active approach by putting the money or the contingency aside. So that is a strategies for threats. Okay. Let me ask you a quick question. You are a project manager and you decide to send Phill for additional training and coaching in order to fulfill his role on the project. Send Phill for training. What strategy is that? He could be a risk. Let's send him for training in EEOs and confidentiality clauses. Let's send Phill for training. What would that be? Mitigate. Thank you, Steve. Very good. What about, let's remove Phill from the project. He's a hazard. He's a risk. He's a loose cannon. There's trouble waiting to happen. Let's take him off the project. Avoid. Thank you very much. So these are the things that you may encounter. And on our mock exams, you're going to find some of these that will test your awareness of this. But you guys are right on the money. Very good. So that is the strategies for threats. Let's talk about the strategies for opportunities. So at a high level, again, you've got escalate. Oh, it's a great opportunity, but we cannot harvest it. Escalate it to high authority. Next one is exploit. This is you're doing everything possible, putting your best people on the project, coming in low, ridiculous bid, whatever it is. You're doing everything possible to eliminate the risk uncertainty. Oh, there's a possibility that we could get additional business if we get them as clients. Get them as clients. Exploit it. Throw everything at it. That's exploit, okay? Share is sharing ownership with a third party. So you identify, oh, we could
get this opportunity, but we cannot manage it. Then you go to get a third party or someone else to help you manage some of the opportunity, or maybe even the entire thing. So you're sharing ownership with a third party. We have enhance. Enhance is a weaker form of exploit. Exploit is to the max. Enhance is increasing probability and or impact. So let's read some of these in the PMBOK guide itself. Page 444. Escalate. The risk response strategy is appropriate when the project team or the project sponsor agrees that an opportunity is outside the scope of the project. Exploit, it says, may be selected for high priority opportunities where the organization wants to ensure that the opportunity is realized. Examples of exploiting responses, page 444, may include assigning an organization's most talented resources to the project to reduce the time to completion, or using new technologies or technology upgrades to reduce cost and duration. Share is a no-brainer. Examples of sharing include forming risk-sharing partnerships, teams, special purpose companies or joint ventures. Enhance. Examples of enhancing opportunities include adding more resources to an activity to finish early. And accept, again, you've got both passive and active. Active, putting aside some money to deal with it if it happens. Passive, not doing anything. No proactive action apart from periodic review of the opportunity. All right, and still in this zone of planning risk responses, we have something here called contingent response strategies. It says some responses are designed for use only if certain events occur. For some risks, it is appropriate for the project team to make a response plan that will only be executed under certain predefined conditions. If it is believed that there will be sufficient warning to implement the plan. Page 445, events that trigger the contingency response, such as missing intermediate milestones or gaining higher priority with a seller, should be defined and tracked. So if there's a trigger, then you can execute the contingent response strategy. It says risk responses identified using this technique are often called contingency plans or fallback plans. Do you see that? Contingency plans or fallback plans. These are used interchangeably here and include identified triggering events that set the plans in effect. So we've taken a look at strategies for opportunities, strategies for threats, and now we're talking about strategies for overall project risk. These are strategies that can affect the entire project, okay? Or strategies for risk that could affect the entire project. So again, we've got avoid, most radically, don't do the project. If there's a strategy that is radical as can be, it is cancel the project. But you could remove risk elements and other things. As you can see on page 445, it says, avoid at the bottom. This represents the most extreme degree of risk avoidance. And it says, where it is not possible to bring the project back within the thresholds, the project may be canceled. Then you've got exploit, same as the previous one. It says an example of exploiting the overall project level would include addition of high benefit elements of scope to the project to add value or benefits to stakeholders. Transfer or share, as we know them, it says examples of both transfer and share could include, but are not limited to, setting up a collaborative business structure in which the buyer and seller share overall project risk, so on and so forth. Next page, it says mitigate. Examples of mitigation include replanning the project, changing the scope and boundaries of the project, modifying project priority, changing resource allocations, and so on, and then accept. And it says passive acceptance involves no proactive action apart from periodic review of the level of overall project risk. And then active accept, as you know, is putting aside amounts of time, money, or resources. So I think the summary, what you can glean from this, folks, I'm doing my best to be as brief, but as effective as I can. And you can see it is still taking close to 3 hours to cover this content. There's a lot. There's a lot. So even if I read the PMP guide all day, it still wouldn't do it justice. You guys are going to have to go back to a drawing board. Okay. Next thing here is data analysis, alternatives analysis, looking for alternatives of your response, and cost benefit analysis, taking a look at the response and saying, is it worth it? How much does it cost? What is the benefit? So on. Okay. Ultimately, you're going to come out with a decision, hence decision making, and you could assess all of the different analyses, all the different options, which one should we do, which one should we not? And based on a number of criteria, you decide how best to attack the risks. All right. So that is plan risk responses. You see, it is a very, very robust process. And the summary is you get your responses, you get your strategy, the risk owner, the risk actioner. This is where you firm up on these things you may have already identified. All right. I'm really sorry there's so much. I wish I could make it shorter, I would. But I'll make this one shorter. So implement risk responses. The summary of this, folks, is you need to implement whatever you planned to do. And what you planned to do is hidden in the project documents. What you planned to do is here within your risk register. It's being encapsulated. You're going to carry it out. You've got the information here that is relevant to its execution. You're going to use your great skills. You're going to use leadership skills. You're going to try to influence, you know, you're going to try to influence people to do what they are meant to do. As you see on page 449, figure 11-18 under interpersonal and team skills, that little bullet says influencing. And remember what I always say, the true measure of leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. For my friend John, that's what he says, that's what I say. So influence, leadership, influence, they go hand in hand. So when you see interpersonal skills, just remember that the project manager needs influence so she can move people to do what they're meant to do, or he can move people to do what they're meant to do. The major output here, guys, is just going to be updates to the documents, or if there's a change that needs to happen, that needs to be passed through the PICC as usual. And you get the output you're looking for, okay? So I know time has gone. We're right there on the dot of 2. But remember, I did ask for a little bit of time because I kind of foresaw that this would happen. So we're going to take care of the final process, okay? I don't think it's going to be very beneficial for us to do anything more than this. I see people have reached their max out point. So I sympathize, seriously, I really do. I wish there was another way we could do it, you know, without me having to give you all of the info, but yeah. So that's true, Colonel. I'm going to do my best to hit this as quick as possible. So monitor risks. This is a very simple one. You've got your big old risk register, right? The summary of this is we want to check this periodically. So again, the inputs are things we are familiar with. The big one is your WPD going in, and here is a very rare appearance. We've seen this twice today. Work performance reports from your monitor and control project work, it's here, along with WPD. We very rarely see WPD, work performance data, and work performance reports in one process. But alas, we do. Tools and techniques. You're going to analyze data. You're going to make sure that you're doing what you said you would well. You're going to have an audit to, your audits are also going to keep you on the straight and narrow. And you're going to have meetings to decide, should we not? Okay. So yeah, I do ask for a little bit more of your time because I'm going to give you pointers to that final thing. And like I said, I will wrap up by 10 past. I'm just going to need that extra time. All right. Next week, remember next week, if you get done with 2 hours next week, you can have the rest of the day to yourself. So I'm giving you 3 hours back next week. Remember that. When you have bad ideas about Phill, it took all my time, just remember, I'm going to give you 3 hours back next week, right? Just remember that. Okay. So work performance information comes out, work performance data coming in. We're going to do our analysis. We're going to get that. These reports are also going to help with our analysis and ultimately the updates to this. Okay. So in monitor risks, the big ticket items I need to call out here, and then we'll just take a look at that little problem and we'll be done. The pain will stop. And I do apologize. But in monitor risks, we've got technical performance analysis as part of data analysis. Technical performance, for those of you who may have been in IT, you know that less functionality than planned at a milestone is problematic. If you said you'll get to functionality X by a milestone and you don't, that could be a problem, right? So under data analysis, we've got these two: technical performance, not being on track with your technical performance could indicate a threat, and reserve analysis, you want to evaluate if there's enough reserves to continue on the project. And the next big one is audits. So when we talk about audits here, we're talking about risk audits. It says, the project manager, this is on page 456, the project manager is responsible for these risk audits. They are a type of audit that can be used to consider the effectiveness of the risk management process. How effective are we? Are we doing well? Are we not? Okay. And the major output, as you can see, it's just an update to what you guys already know. It's an update to the risk register right here. Okay. Oh, no, not there. Right there. So yeah, we're going to have updates here. Okay. All right. Thank you, Steve. Steve says, common theme in risk is that it is a circular process with planning processes. Absolutely. Very, very cyclical indeed, going round and round and round. Now, to round this off, we need to take a look at page 435, I believe it is. Yep, 435. So I'm very quickly going to show you guys here what this thing is all about on page 435. So this comes under the topic of perform quantitative risk analysis, okay? The thing is that if I break this down into multiple sessions, you get lost and you're going to have to reboot and it just becomes a dog and pony show. So let's just get it over and done with and we'll be done. But here, it says, note 2 in figure 11-15. Here is a decision. Here, a decision is being made whether to invest 120 million US to build a new plant or to invest only 50 million. So should I invest 120 million into a new plant, or should I invest only 50 million and upgrade? So this is really what is happening. Let me just show you step by step, and this will be done once we finish this. Okay, so you've got a decision. Build. Should I build new or should I upgrade? So you can see the PMI in this figure are showing you two nodes. You've got the build. I'm just going to sketch this out. Build or upgrade. Now, as you look at this, you need to be aware of some of the monies that are going in. In build, you're talking about 120 million investment. In upgrade, you're talking about a 50 million investment. So that is money that is going out. Just remember that. Now, as you use decision trees, there is a decision node, which is this square, but there is also a chance node. And the chance node is illustrated with a circle that shows you possibilities. Sometimes it could be 2, sometimes it could be more. So we've got these chance nodes. And the chance nodes here are that, oh, if we build, there's going to be a strong demand. People are going to flock to this place that we're building. You know, it says build a new plant, or business is going to boom. There could be a strong demand, or there could be a weak demand. And also on the flip side of upgrading the plant, there could be a strong demand, or there could be a weak demand. That is really the summary of the image to start with, okay? Now, we've already taken a look at the investment of 120 million, but then we need to talk about the revenues. So talking about the revenues, if there's a strong demand, we're going to have a $200 million revenue. 200 million. Woohoo! If there's a weak demand, there's only going to be a $90 million revenue. Okay? Now, on the side of upgrading, if there's a strong demand, you can expect 120 million revenue. But if there's a weak demand, you can only expect a 60 million revenue. Now, remember, we call the circular one chance nodes. So we need to factor in the chance of having a strong demand. Well, there's a 60% chance that that could happen and a 40% chance that one could happen. If we look at the upgrade option, there's a 60% chance of a strong demand and a 40% chance of a weak demand. Now, to get the answer for this, you're going to have to apply this concept of EMV, which I've talked about, expected monetary value. You got to find out the EMVs for each one of these. And the way to do it is to think about your profit. Your profit in the case of the strong demand is really your revenue of 200 million minus your investment of 120 million. So you're going to have to subtract the 120 from the 200. So you're going to say 200 million minus 120 million times the percentage. Okay? And when you do that, you get the number that the PMI show you in the PMBOK guide. So let's put this in brackets. 200 minus 120 is 80. 80 times 60% gives you what? 4.8 million, right? I get that right? Oh, 48 million, I beg your pardon. So this is going to be 80 million times 60%, and we're going to get 48 million. If we do the same for the weak demand, we're going to have the revenue of 90 minus the investment of 120. That is going to give us a minus 30, and multiply that by 40%, or 0.4 if you will. You're going to end up getting a minus 30 million times 40% will give you minus 12 million. Now, the way decision trees work, you have to combine everything within this option of build, okay? So if you combine the two, you add them up, you're going to get 36 million, okay? I need to hurry this up because I'm a little bit over where I want it to be. Do the same for upgrade. We do 120 minus 50 times the 60%. And that is like saying 70 million times 60%. And we end up getting 42 million. If you do the math. You do the same for the weak demand, you're going to get 60 million minus 50 million, which is 10, times the 40%, which is like saying 10 million times 40%, and you're going to get 4 million, I beg your pardon. And if you combine them, as I did above, you're going to end up getting 46 million, which is larger than 36 million. So the summary is this. When you've got these options and you're looking for where you gain more, you want to go ahead and choose the highest expected monetary value. And in this case, the higher number is 46 million. So you are going to do what? Upgrade. The option here, upgrade, that is what you will choose. Okay? And that is how they solved that problem. As part of your practice, to round this up, you can go back and watch the video once it's up, but to round this up, I would like you guys to try this. And Matt, I'm not sure if your books have arrived, but did you guys get the books in the mail? I hope you did. Did you get the books in the mail? Awesome. So in your book, under the risk chapter, I would like you to try out this exercise without looking at anything else. But try out the exercise on page 407. Yeah, page 407. Just look at the image there. Try out that exercise, okay? Page 407. Try out the exercise without looking. Let me stop the camera because we're pretty much done. Or stop the sharing rather because we're pretty much done. So just to clarify, that one right there, that's the one I want you guys to try out, okay? I really apologize for going a bit over, but I knew that if we broke it there and we came back on Monday, it's almost like there's no chance, forget it. We're gonna have to ramp all the way up to get to the point where we understand what we're doing. Okay, so that is all for today for risk. Thank you very much, and I'll see you on Monday. On Monday, we'll be doing chapter 12. There was no way we could do chapter 12. As you see, there's a lot of content. But the good news is I built in enough redundancy into the course. So on Monday, we'll do 12. We'll try to attempt some of 13. We'll see where we go with that. Worst case scenario, we'll use half of Wednesday to do 13, some to do professional responsibility, and I'll go through the entire thing very, very rapidly. But I'm really hoping we can do 12 and 13 on Monday, so that on Wednesday, when we meet, it will just be a clean review of everything from scratch. And then Saturday, we're going to do the mock exams. And then the following week, we're going to put another layer of paint onto what we already know. I'm going to try to get some folks to speak to you, and we're going to round this up well on the final week. All right. So with that, I want to say thank you. Sorry for keeping you, and I'll see you guys on Monday. The Project Management Essentials book, this one. So you guys have this. All right. Thank you all very much. And as usual, I'm going to stay behind, answer any question. You got questions, feel free to answer them. But thank you very much, and have a good rest of your weekend. Bye for now.